Tuskegee fans, get ready. The hard-hitting action of Golden Tigers football is back as the winningest HBCU football program in the nation. All eyes are on the Golden Tigers in the 2024 football season, with over a nation-leading 714 wins, 12 HBCU national championships, and 28 SIAC titles. The Golden Tigers are set to add another trophy to the crowded Tuskegee mantle with a championship run this season. As they do so, the Golden Tigers Sports Network is ready to bring you all the action from the gridiron, from every play to every touchdown. GTSN will be there with all of the excitement of Tuskegee football, and our coverage begins right now. Let's go inside the stadium. Here with the call, GTSN's Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter, and Double S, Simone Stanley.
Week number 2 of the Tigers and finds us in Louisiana, and the Finding Tigers getting set to beat the Grambling State University in football action. Glad you could join us here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network for all the coverage. Charles Ward alongside Mark Lassiter, Simone Stanley, the weekend off with us this weekend. So Mark's just the two of us, but we're on the road and we're here at Grambling, a big football game for the Goldens and Tigers of Tuskegee. They can make a statement here this afternoon.
It's great to be with you this afternoon from Grambling, Louisiana. Like a human fingerprint, each tiger stripe bears a unique footprint. We have the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee versus the Tigers of Grambling College. Both teams with distinct personalities. Grambling coming in SWAC school. They have 12 more scholarships than Tuskegee, which comes into this game admittedly as the underdog. We'll get into how these teams match up as this evening goes on.
Well, you talk about an underdog. If you look at history, and if that's any tell as it relates to who's the underdog, it's actually going to be the Tigers of Grambling. They've met 3 times over the course of the illustrious careers of these two schools back in the 40s, and Tuskegee's won 2 out of the 3 against the Tigers of Grambling State University. So if history says it's anything, Tuskegee with a fighting chance here, but that was long, long ago.
You may be talking about history. Let's come back into the moment, because last week, even though Grambling lost 40-10 to FBS opponent Louisiana at Cajun Field in Lafayette, it's a much better team that they played. On the other hand, Tuskegee coming off that opening season loss to Johnson C. Smith. Both teams have something to prove tonight.
Certainly, talk about the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee as we are live in the Booster Display pregame show. Tuskegee with some difficulty, certainly running the football against the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith last weekend.
When you mentioned that Tuskegee only had 20 yards rushing, it really took me by surprise. I was watching the Tuskegee quarterback warm up. It's going to be interesting to see establish their running game early, because they definitely went in between the last week.
Question marks about the receiving core, but they did fairly well last weekend under the dual quarterback situation at Tuskegee with Daquan Bill and Christopher Robertson exchanging snaps for the Golden Tigers Tuskegee in that ball game last weekend. Bill 9 of 17 for 138 yards. Robertson coming into the ball game just 3 of 7 for 44. That's a category, although solid last weekend. They want to get those numbers up as well.
They also want to be decisive. Because last week we saw Daquan Bill substitute Robertson and back and forth. Bill comes in, he's the 6'5" quarterback, better known as the passing arm of Tuskegee. Robertson is better known as the runner. He's 6'2", but watching those every warm-up drive, they have releases. So it's interesting to see how Tuskegee decides to deploy their quarterbacks this season.
And as we flip to the other ball defensively for the Golden Tigers, Tuskegee referenced it all ball game last weekend that defense pretty solid. A lot that the Tuskegee needed in terms of the football game and not allowing the Bulls to inch too far ahead. But the same is going to be required for them this afternoon against the team that has bigger players with the Tigers of Grambling State University.
Man to watch will be Miles Crawley, the G-Man starting quarterback. He was selected as a preseason SWAC Offensive Player of the Year. He's also placed on the Golden Tate watch list. Last season, the redshirt senior
Golden Tigers of Tuskegee getting set to meet the Tigers of Grambling State University. Both teams looking for their first win of the campaign. We come to our first time out here in the Booster Digital Displays pregame show. We'll take a break and back with more football action here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, we got you.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
War situation, they would just run. This was despite the fact that African Americans had fought in every war that America had ever been involved with, going back before the Revolutionary War. But I think this site and the other sites that we manage are important so that we don't forget our heritage, and so that we always remember that no matter what some may say that we can't do, we've proved in the past what we can do. And so I think that this site and the other sites that we manage shows what is possible, despite what might be arrayed against you at a particular time. And it's important that we keep these sites around to tell both our young people and other young people, as well as older people, what we have achieved and what's possible for us to achieve. There are no limits other than the limits you have in your mind.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Stadium here on the campus of Grambling State University on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee getting set to meet the Tigers of Grambling State University. And Mark, as we talked a little bit about the setup of this ball game, let's go now into our Wind Creek Casino Montgomery keys to the game. And we know probably for Tuskegee it's a carryover from last weekend. What we'll see offensively.
Offensively, Tuskegee has to run the football, and they're going to be running against a Grambling defensive line that could be vulnerable in the middle. Their defensive line is anchored by junior Javon Carter, 6'4", 258. Surprisingly light to me, he's flanked by senior Rodney Jackson, who's 6'2", 290, and Lane Lewis, who's 226. Now, I'm hoping that's a typo, but looking at the lineups that I had, their defensive front seems to be one that Tuskegee could manage.
And for that defense of Tuskegee,
their defensive line has really got to be able to hold up Their linebackers had good pressure last week against Johnson C. Smith. I'd like to see them be a little more active in the backfield of Grambling.
The Bulls of Johnson C. Smith in that ball game against that Golden Tiger defense. They ran for 390 yards in that ball game. Kind of atypical of that Tuskegee defense. Have to see a better job here this afternoon at the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium as they meet the Tigers of Grambling State University in a football game that has a lot of history associated with these two programs. Tuskegee, the winningest HBCU football program in the country, and the second winningest overall. And of course, Grambling State University kind of speaks for itself. They have had a lot of accolades here, 27 SWAC titles and 15 national titles for that program. So two state teams with a lot of historic feats as a program.
Well, part of me, Charles, is just a bit awestruck. Sitting here for the first time in Eddie G. Robertson Stadium, Coach Rob, as he was affectionately known, Coach Grambling, for 55 years. When he took over the program, it was nothing more than a hard scrabble program building from scratch. When Coach Rob left it, he left as arguably the greatest college football coach of all time, and that may be an understatement.
Indeed. Certainly a legend and an icon as it relates to college football overall, and recognized later in his career for some of those things in terms of the accolades that he's achieved here at Grambling State. But you're right, he's just one of the icons that just surpasses football.
Well, let's set the scene also, Charles. We're about 30 miles south of Shreveport, Louisiana, here in Grambling, Louisiana. When Coach Rob took over this program, it was literally starting from zero. And to see the Grambling campus today, it is a testament to his leadership and the leadership of Grambling's presidents that they've been able to build an institution here that has had not just a national reputation, but built an international reputation as well.
While we were inside the Booster Digital Displays pregame show, about 8 minutes before kickoff here inside of the Robinson Memorial Stadium. We'll take our second time out here. When we come back, we'll get you set with the starting lineups and the kick not too far off after that. This is the Golden Tiger Sports Network, and we got you covered to you.
We didn't get together, go out and say, hey, we're going to go down there and set the world on fire. It was more collectively individuals seeking to do their best and accomplish the mission that was assigned.
Our mission is to carry the lessons and legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen into every classroom in America.
If you believe as we do that this is an exciting and effective way to carry the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the excitement of flight to young people all across America, to inspire them to realize how they can rise above the situation they find themselves in, the adversity in their lives, and become contributing members of our society, then we'd encourage you, we'd invite you to come to our website at redtail.org and learn more about what we do.
Back live here at the Eddie Robinson Memorial Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University. We're live in the Booster Displays pregame show. And we turn our attention now to the TNT fireworks starting lineups for both teams. Just a few minutes before we kick it off here, we'll begin with our Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Offensively, they'll set it up this would be Johnny Gilbert at the tight end position. Gilbert last weekend not targeted in that football game in terms of pass routes. It'll be Terrence Jordan, Sean Stithen, Amir Graham, LeBron Merriweather, and Elliott Howell on that second team all-conference coming into this season. That offensive line for Tuskegee averaging right at 277 pounds as a unit. Receiving core for the Golden Tigers, Quavon Beckford had a good weekend for the Golden Tigers last weekend, 2 catches for 44 yards. The transfer out of New Mexico Highland University. Rodriguez McGee Sr., Rodriguez with 2 catches last weekend for 47 yards in that ball game against the Golden Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. and Reggie Bregman. All the attention spotted on him coming into the start of the season. Reggie performing well in the contest last weekend, led receivers with 4 catches for the Golden Tigers, 35 yards. Had that long catch last weekend, you may remember, about 17 yards away. So Beckford, McGee, and Bregman, the receiving core for the Golden Tigers. At quarterback, it'll be Raquan Bill, the transfer from Faulkner University. Bill last weekend, 9 of 17, 1 pick in that football game, 138 yards at 53% completion, and he had the 1 touchdown pass. That was 33 yards away. And in the backfield for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, you'll see that kind of 2-headed monster for the Golden Tigers all game long, but it'll be Johnny Morris, the redshirt senior, starting for the Golden Tigers. Morris last year, 103 carries, 615 yards total. Last week, kind of held in check. 10 carries for 42 yards, had that 1 touchdown run for the Golden Tigers last week. In special teams, Jake Aller will be punting. It'll be Lauren Ryans to handle the kicking, but last weekend, Ryans subbed in for Aller at punting, so we'll see how that fares out. It'll be Taylor and Smith, the return specialists for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee on the offensive end. Defensively, for the Tigers of Grambling State University, they'll shape it up this way up front. At the defensive end, it'll be Bryce Cage. Cage with 2 tackles last weekend for Grambling. Tackles on the inside, it'll be Jacoby Scott and Jaden Hardy. Scott with 2 tackles last weekend. Hardy did not register a stop for the Tigers in the ball game against UL last weekend. Isaac Washington with 4 tackles and 1 tackle for loss last weekend for the Golden Tigers. At the corners, it'll be Blake Davis and David Jones. Linebacking core, Patrick P.J. Marshall, Andrew Jones, and Josh Darling. The middle for the Tigers of Grambling. And in the secondary, it'll be Quentin Talley. Talley, the redshirt senior, 3 tackles for him last weekend. And at the strong safety, it'll be Calvin C.J. Henderson. Henderson with 1 tackle last weekend for the Tigers of Grambling State University. So those are the starting lineups for both teams, the TNT Fireworks starting lineups, as we get set for football action here on the campus of Grambling State University. Final timeout. We'll come back. We'll get things started here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
University, Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium, as the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Big challenge ahead of them here this afternoon, meeting the Tigers of Grambling, who lost last weekend to the University of Louisiana. So you know they're trying to get things on track here under first-year head coach Mickey Joseph. And for the Tigers of Tuskegee, Aaron James looking for his first win of the 2024 campaign.
You just said the magic word, Charles. Understanding the challenge. Mickey Joseph understands that coming into Grambling, this is a very unique situation given the legacy of Coach Rob and the high expectations of this university. And he spread the word that expectations are sky high for 2024 Tigers. He says it's the nature of needing a program with a rich history. And Coach Joseph also added, we've got to flip the roster. We have to show improvement. So think about this, Charles. Grambling is suiting up 68 new players this season.
Yeah.
68.
Yeah, 68 on that roster, and that's a real revamp when you talk about the total number of players on that roster. So it is kind of a full-throated change for them. And just to add to that point about Joseph and what they know the program needs to do in terms of where it is right now, they've themed this year for themselves the Restore the Order year for the Tigers of Grambling State University, which reflects back on the fact that they are winners of 27 SWAC titles.
You can restore the order, but with 68 new players, everybody's got to be wearing one of those "Hello, my name is" name tags just to get acquainted. Coming into game 2 of this season, Joseph wants to establish the fact that last weekend was a fluke, and this is the real Grambling Tiger team that'll show up this evening.
Meanwhile, for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, Aaron James in his second campaign. Tuskegee with 31 SIAC titles, 12 national titles, and 22 bowl games, and 4 appearances in the Division II playoffs. So Tuskegee riding a legacy just as strong, maybe on a different level, as it relates to play with just as strong as Grambling.
These two franchises, if you will, Charles, are cousins of one another. Even though they play in different conferences, Grambling in the SWAC, Tuskegee in the SIAC, they are very similar programs with rich traditions, and those expectations put extra pressure on their head coaches.
You know, it's really interesting you mentioned that they are kind of cousins, because when we walked into the broadcast facility this afternoon, one of the first people to greet us was saying the same thing. Hey, welcome to your second home. You know, we're all kinds of cousins here. Everybody kind of originated out of Tuskegee, so they appreciate the parallel histories between these programs as well.
You can feel the kinship between Grambling and Tuskegee. There's a mutual respect. It'll be competitive in a few minutes, but both teams, I think, have an appreciation for the other's history and legacy.
Yeah, we got to put a qualifier on what the gentleman said to us as well. He said, welcome in, you're going to be hospitable to you, but to a certain point. And I know he's talking about here on the gridiron. Golden Tigers of Tuskegee looking for their first win against the Tigers of Grambling. They, too, looking for their first win of the campaign. Tuskegee football dating back to 1894. And they lead the nation among HBCUs in wins. And the Tigers of Grambling State, they started their program back in 1926.
Unlike last weekend, Charles, let's set the conditions. It's a very warm and muggy night last week in Montgomery. This evening in Grambling, it's unseasonably cool. I would say right by kickoff, it'll probably be somewhere in the mid-70s. There's a brisk wind that's blowing. I would say it really doesn't have a direction. Looking at both goalposts, wind could be a factor in this ball game.
Well, interestingly enough, as you talk about the wind, this stadium kind of sits in a bowl here at Grambling State University, and that wind gets captured in that bowl, and it just swirls around like a mixing stick on the inside, and that's what we got going here.
Well, to give an idea to our listening audience of what this bowl really is, when you enter the press box, you're entering from ground level, and the stands are down in a valley based on the, I would say, the elevation of the campus.
Yeah, we were talking about when we first got to Louisiana about how flat things really were out here, but now we're getting a chance to kind of dive below the surface here inside a fabulous stadium here on the campus of Grambling State University. Glad you could join us on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. We're just a few moments away from the kickoff. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter with the call as Tuskegee on foreign turf here in Louisiana, trying to pull that first win of the campaign.
We'll set tonight's fashion report. Grambling wearing all black jerseys, black pants, black socks. Most players have black shoes, the black helmets with gold details, the jerseys with the gold chevron on the shoulders. On the other hand, Tuskegee coming in this evening, white jerseys, maroon helmets, and maroon pants.
That's the status and the style factors here amongst the teams. Artificial turf here inside of Robinson Stadium, so likely those white jerseys of Tuskegee not going to get too smuffed up here this evening, but it's going to be a lot of contact on the field.
I'm just simply thankful that it's not the gray jerseys and red numeral combination we had last weekend.
Little difficulty seeing?
Where are the binoculars? Oh, you got the binoculars. Okay, we're ready.
Players on the sideline, the officiating crew gathered right in the middle of the football field at the 50-yard line, and they have this big G painted in gold and the letter G in black on the insignia on the inside. They break the huddle. Players getting set to come onto the football field. Good crowd here on hand, as you might expect here at Grambling with such a legacy for football.
And the crowd is led by the famous Grambling Tiger Marching Band on the near side. The Tuskegee Piper are on the far side.
Indeed, that ought to be an interesting show within the show with those two teams. Tuskegee will kick the football away to get things started in this ball game. It'll be Ryan Larkin Ryans to do that for Tuskegee. And two back deep for the Tigers of Grambling. Jacoby Belazar is one of those back. And joining Belazar back to receive the kick, it'll be Kevian Hargrove. So just about set to begin. We'll see if the wind's a factor. Right now it's teed up at the 35 to get going, holding steady there. And Ryan, the junior, one of two from field goals last weekend for Tuskegee, set to get us going here from Grambling. Hargrove and Belazar deep. Game here on HBCU Go television, so they'll start play once they are ready to begin things there. But we invite you to turn down your sound on HBCU Go and listen to the Golden Tiger Sports Network. And why? Because TU, we got you. So Ryans will get us going just momentarily. Wind seeming to die just a little bit. Look at the flag poles on each goal post.
For the opening game of the season here at Grambling's Eddie Robertson Memorial Stadium, near capacity on the home side. On the visitor side, I would say it's not as well attended, but a very vocal crowd this evening.
Indeed. It's going to be Tuskegee actually kicking into this wind, Mark, so it'll be interesting to see what Larkin is able to do once he launches this kick to get us going. Tuskegee coming off of that loss last weekend to the Bulls of Johnson C. Smith. First time they'd lost to that team since 1969.
As Tuskegee will be going on defense, a player to watch on offense for Grambling will be sophomore wide receiver Javon Robinson, Homestead, Florida native. He was named the SWAC Freshman of the Year. Season that saw him make a name for himself also on special teams.
Officials clear out now. Larkin set to take a look at that football. And Ryan approaches, and we are underway. The line drive kick, backpedaling and into the end zone. Coming out of there is Hargrove with the football. He'll work it left side, got a hole there. Slides back to the inside. Tuskegee catches up with him near the 29-yard line. And that's where Grambling starts his offense in this first possession of the football game. They'll be led by preseason first-team SWAC Offensive Player of the Year, Miles Crawley at quarterback. Crawley last weekend against UL, 19 of 29 for 166 yards. Had a log of 35 yards, but no touchdowns thrown in that football game. So Tuskegee will definitely have to keep an eye on him. Travian Hargrove, he just returned the kick. They call him Bull. He lines up in the backfield for the Tigers of Grambling. We'll talk about their front after this first play from scrimmage. There's the snap to Crawley. Wants to go up top immediately. Does so. Got a man streaking middle of the field, but that one well overthrown on the other end of the field near the 30-yard line.
Crawley showing off his arm on that first play. He was also the first Grambling State quarterback to throw for at least 2,000 yards in a season since Devontae Kincaid in 2017, and the first GSU quarterback to throw at least 16 touchdown passes since Jeremy Hickenbottom in 2018.
Transfer from Alabama State on that Walter Payton Award watch list for the 2024 season. 2nd and 10 for Grambling. Crawley again, floater out in the flats and incomplete, trying to get it out there into the hands of the intended receiver. That's Travian Hargrove, the running back that snuck out in space left side, but the pass overthrown. A little floater there by Crawley, got away from it. So that'll bring up a quick third down here for Grambling. Tuskegee trying to see if they can push him to a quick 3-and-out and get that football offensively.
Excellent coverage by Kaquan Kimber for Tuskegee, one of their flighty running backs.
Kimber actually,
linebackers, I should say.
Had 10 tackles in that opener last weekend against Johnson C. Smith. Third down play for the Tigers of Grambling. Crawley with backside pressure. They got a hand on him, but he unloads it just over into the Tuskegee sideline. So good pressure by Tuskegee. They forced a 3-and-out by Grambling.
Jarrell Culbreth for Tuskegee on the corner blitz from the left side, came in, got a hand on the quarterback just as he was trying to throw to the left side.
So the Tigers of Grambling will punt it away. And back deep for Tuskegee, Justin Stiff, the sophomore from Orlando, set to return to kick. And it'll be Johnny Ciofano to kick it away for Grambling. 5 punts last weekend, averaged 43 yards a punt. Trying to kick it away, but he got it up in the air, airborne. Fair catch called for by Stiff at the 31-yard line. And that's where the Tuskegee offense will take over.
Tuskegee's defense has to be feeling good about themselves on a 3-and-out on that first possession for Grambling. They don't want to get into the situation they faced last week against Jesse C. Smith, where they were worn down by the third quarter.
Yeah, defensive coordinator Ken Watson, during the course of that week, really a short week for Tuskegee, really urging that defense to know that coming out of the way they start this ball game is going to be really important. They did a good job on the first 3 downs for the Tigers of Grambling. So Tuskegee, Raekwon Bill at quarterback. They go right to left in this first quarter of play. 14:27 remains, no score. Correction on that, it's going to be Robertson getting the start at quarterback, and they keep it on the ground on that first play. And Tuskegee not able to get it back to the line of scrimmage. That was Johnny Morris on the carry, but no gain there, Mark.
Tuskegee, once again, as they did last week, line of scrimmage.
Robertson getting the start after 3 completions out of 7 attempts last weekend. See if they can't get him going early. They got to figure out that formula as it relates to this quarterback situation to find somebody that's going to be able to take more snaps on the ground, and a busted play. Somewhere they're trying to get it to Morris on a handoff, I believe, but that snap was high.
Ugly from the start. As you mentioned, Charles, the snap came in almost unexpectedly at the shoulder of the quarterback. He seemed to be caught off guard, and it was fortunate that Tuskegee didn't turn that over.
Instead, they backpedal now to the 29-yard line, a drive that started with the exchange on the punt at the 31. So that's not the direction they want to be going. 13:24 left in the first, no score. We're live from the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium at Grambling State University. So Robertson now, the senior from Macomb, Mississippi, in the lineup in shotgun. Third and for Tuskegee, 3rd and 16. Ball fake, pressure across the middle and through the interception. They're right into the hands of a defender right there at the 30-yard line. That was an easy pick there for Andrew Cruz for the Tigers of Grambling State University.
Grambling brought pressure right up the middle, led by number 98, Jaden Hardy. He was lined up at nose tackle, got a hand up, and Grambling's defensive backs were in prime position to make that interception.
And it looks like that was Brandon Burley, the sophomore from Wichita, Kansas, that got that pick for the Tigers of Grambling State University. That was too easy there. Robertson throwing that football underthrown and right to Burley. So the Tigers now inside the red zone. Ball fake, they're going for it quickly. Got a slant route across the middle and lunging toward the end zone. First touchdown of the ball game on a crossing route. It's Charles Bernard, the tight end, circled across the middle, caught that football in stride and able to carry one defender into the end zone.
Bernard made the catch, and just as he was going to the ground, crossing the goal line, ball came free, ruled it a touchdown. Grambling scores on the turnover.
So the pick results in 6 for the Tigers of Grambling. And Reed now the sophomore set to try to point after. Grambling losing 40-10 last weekend to the University of Louisiana. Harrington got that point after on that touchdown they did score in that football game. And he also hit a 50-yard field goal for Grambling.
Charles, for a team like Tuskegee, playing this SWAC opponent, the defense has got to feel good about what they did on the first drive. The challenge is going to be now giving up that turnover. It's going to be a mental challenge for Tuskegee to say, okay, we cannot afford to have plays like that last interception because Grambling will take advantage.
And we were talking about that in terms of the duality of the quarterback situation with Tuskegee. They went with Robertson instead of Bill. Bill started last weekend, but that first possession really disfavored the choice they made with Robertson starting.
Well, the other point is, Charles, that Tuskegee does not have to get greedy in the passing game. They just got to get that short zone game going underneath passes. They don't have to worry about going long, but don't turn it over.
But that's exactly the scenario that was not the case on that third down play there. They've gotten a couple plays that they lost yardage on. It started at the 31. That snap took place from the 21. So to your point, they felt like they needed to stretch the field a little bit, and that's out of their comfort zone. So now I think everybody's said it was timeout on the field. Tuskegee was shuttling players in and out of there and getting set for the point after. You want to try to stay close with this team early on to give yourself a shot. That first possession for Tuskegee, not what they wanted coming out of the block.
Well, especially when you're playing on the road in front of an energized Grambling crowd in their home opener.
And believe you me that these folks at Grambling are aware of the fact that they trail this team in terms of overall records with turning them 2-1, and they want to write that little bit of history here at their home venue.
There's some HBCU programs, Charles, that feel a little bit entitled to
Sure.
excellence. I'd put FAMU in that category. I'd definitely put Grambling in that category. Tuskegee to a certain degree also.
Indeed.
So it's an interesting matchup.
Indeed. Don't forget now that this is playing at different levels. You got an FCS school against a Division II school. But you start talking about the histories of them in HBCUs overall. They all are kind of mentioned there together, but there's some separation just given scholarships and other things that impact programs.
Well, and to your point about scholarships, that translates into quality depth.
Indeed. Looks like the Tigers of Grambling going to line up to go for two here, Mark, early on in this football game. They scored the touchdown on a crossing route to the tight end, Charles Bernard, freshman. And now they're lining up to go for two. Actually, Mark, looks like what they're saying is he did not. His knee was down before he got into the end zone. It looked like that's what they're doing here. Yeah, instead of a touchdown, so it's first and goal to go now. And bottled up at the line of scrimmage. Football may have been loose on that play as well. Tuskegee on a second down play coming up saying it was loose, but the stop was made on the carry. It was Kavontre Bradford for the Tigers of Grambling. So we backpedal here. No score on the board yet. Call was made that on the crossing route by the tight end, he was down at the 2-yard line. And now Grambling facing a second and goal to go after that initial stop by Tuskegee. So Crawley will line up in shotgun, joined by two backs. Ball fake. Crawley rolls left side, got a man wide open there, but pass batted, and the catch still made in the end zone. Tuskegee got a hand on the floater, and it was Michael King that tapped it, but it stayed up in the air, and it comes down into the arms of Cordovas Knighton, the junior from Baton Rouge.
That pass may have been tipped twice, once at the line of scrimmage, and as you mentioned, King, about 5 yards deep on the left corner of the end zone, got a hand on it, just simply tipped it to the Grambling receiver for the 6.
Cordovas Knighton, the junior, making the grab for the Tigers to score. That's his first touchdown of the season, had one reception last weekend. The kick by Harradine on the point after is no good. So kicking into a slight win, Harradine not able to drive it through for the Tigers of Grambling State. So they come away with a touchdown, but Tuskegee avoids the point after, 6-0 score.
And you know what I like after that score? I like the body language of Tuskegee's defense going off the field. They didn't come off dejected. They came off congratulating one another. They knew they had a tough stand. They gave up the 6, but it's still anyone's ball game early. The challenge now is to see if Tuskegee can get some kind of consistency on offense.
Tuskegee trailing at 6-0 to the Tigers of Grambling will step out for a timeout on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Back live here on the campus of Grambling State University. The Tigers of Grambling strike first here. 31-yard scoring drive. Capped off with a run pass into the corner of the end zone. Catch was made by Cadavis Knighton to give them the 6, but they missed on the point after. So Tuskegee now getting set to go back on offense against the Grambling Tigers.
Based on the field position coming off this next kickoff, it'll be curious to see how Coach Aaron James of Tuskegee decides to play it. Whether he stays conservative with the run game or decides to open up that pass game from his end of the field.
Justin Stith and Quavon Beckford back to receive the kick from the Tigers of Grambling. Carried on with the kick. This one will come to Beckford. 2 steps in the end zone, and Quavon will down it there, and Tuskegee will have the football. Thought about coming out of there, but thought better of it, and Tuskegee will take it on offense.
Grambling had excellent coverage on the near hash mark from about the 25-yard line in. A wise decision.
So Tuskegee going to be important to see how they respond after that interception on that first drive leading to the Grambling touchdown. And it'll be interesting to see even more whether Beal comes out or Robertson still handles the signals.
And as we've mentioned from time to time, Charles, football is basically a very simple game. You have to be able to run the football and stop the run. Tuskegee has to be able to run the ball.
It'll be Robertson still calling the signals for Tuskegee. Play set to resume. Go ahead, Sergeant.
Key to that run game is picking up yardage on first down.
Robertson under center. Now the official stepping away. And we're set to begin action. 4 up front for the Tigers of Grambling. Morris joins Robertson in the backfield for Tuskegee. Right to left on your listening dial. Ball fake, pass out in the flats. That one's underthrown. Trying to get it out top up into the hands of Justin Stith, the sophomore from Orlando. But that pass underthrown by Robertson.
That looks like an innocent throw by Robertson to the far sideline. It is only about 5 yards beyond the line of scrimmage, but it's 20 yards in the air. He's got to get that ball to the sideline with some zip.
Indeed. Yeah, it's more latitude on that one. But it's a long distance. That one just slightly underthrown. So second down now for the Golden Tigers from their own 25. Snap to Robertson. Here comes the pressure. They'll flush him right side. Raises, fires in traffic, and overshoots an intended receiver just in front of the Tuskegee bench. Just a couple of receivers out in that pattern over there for Tuskegee.
Big number 98 for Grambling is Jaden Hardy. He came from his right defensive end position, got the pressure and forced Robertson to the outside, throwing off the wrong foot.
Just trying to get that football out there to a couple of receivers in the area. But that one overthrown by Robertson. Morris joins him in the backfield on this third down play. Tuskegee in jeopardy of a quick 3 and out here. Snap, pressure. Robertson steps up now, tries to avoid, but runs into trouble at the 20-yard line. Tigers of Grambling get a sack on him, and the football back over to Grambling after the punt by Tuskegee coming here. Just the pursuit so heavy up front at Tuskegee, not giving Robertson enough time to try to find someone downfield.
Also, Grambling brought P.J. Marshall, cornerback, on the blitz, which Tuskegee was not able to handle. They had pressure already up the middle, but if you bring that corner pressure at the same time, it was too much for Robertson to handle.
Third sack of the season on the Golden Tigers. Here coming pressure on the punt. Good punt there by Ryans. Fair catch called on the other end of the field at the 42-yard line for the Tigers of Grambling. The fair catch was called there by Belazar, the freshman from New Iberia, Louisiana.
We also have a flag thrown behind the play at the 30-yard line as there was some extra activity on special teams. This one may come against Grambling. Referees are discussing it right up at the 28-yard line.
There's a lot of pressure on that attempted punt there by Larkin Ryans, able to get it away. Looks like it's going to go. Just waiting on the official. Initial indication that it was going against Tuskegee.
It appears they're going to call offsetting penalties. Normally you see the second player being caught. Two Grambling players stayed behind the play to discuss it with the referees. They may have gotten their case made as Grambling will now take over at about their 42-yard line.
As they were doing that dance that you talked about, they marked it off against one, and now they mark it off to put it right back where it was. So that's what the offset looks like these days. So the Tigers, after scoring on a turnover by Tuskegee, will have it offensively. But now the assessment looks like it's going to push them inside the 30. And they'll put it down near the 28-yard line. So at the end of the day, it was against Grambling.
We're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way because it appears that the microphones are not working for the referees on the field. We're depending upon the hand signals. But there will be a personal foul called against Grambling. So they'll be starting this next drive at their own 27.
Yeah, that last call, it was kind of a lackluster point back that way to determine who the call was against. But at the end of the day, it goes against Grambling. And they'll be pinned back inside their 30 from the 28 to start the drive. So that's good news for Tuskegee. They were trying to flip the field on the punt, but with the added penalty here, that will allow them to pin the Tigers further down as they start their second drive of the football game.
And you know I'm not one to make excuses, but as the sun sets here at Eddie G. Robinson Stadium, the field now is probably 80% covered in shadows where Tuskegee was running their offense in the direction of the sunset. So now Grambling going the opposite direction.
And I know you hate math, but it looks like the numbers are starting to pick up here in terms of fan attendance here on the Grambling side as well. Really starting to file in here now. So Crawley and the Tigers of Grambling will have it from their own 28. He'll take the snap. Tuskegee trying to get some pressure on him. He rolls out in the flats right side. Catch made there near the sideline at the 33-yard line. Malik Moore on the initial stop there for Tuskegee, but the grab out there near the sideline by Hargrove coming out of the backfield. That's mighty close to a first down. Or actually going to give him 6 on that catch, just coming out of the circling out of the backfield. So that's second down. And we're down to 10:18 left in this first quarter of play live from the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium at Grambling State University. Tuskegee trailing at 6-0. Crawley, shotgun, he'll take the snap. Surveys the field, got plenty of time. Now slides to his left, pumps it up the field, got a man on a crossing route. Catch going to be made over the shoulder at the 20-yard line. Nicely done on the route. A nice catch downfield by Javon Robinson, the person you talked about in the pregame show, Mark. And he's come up with a big catch there for the Tigers of Grambling.
Robinson working against Tuskegee's defensive back. Broke open about the 20-yard line, a perfectly thrown ball deep downfield, gets a rise out of the crowd, and Grambling is inside of the red zone at the 14.
Robinson, 2 catches in last weekend's ball game for 19 yards. He surpassed the yardage marker already in that first catch for Tuskegee or for Grambling in this ball game. They'll keep it on the ground right side, slicing to the second wave of the defense. Good work by that Grambling offensive line as they free Hargrove. He works his way down near the 9-yard line for Grambling. 9:16 left, first period of play. Tuskegee, see if they can't hold the Tigers out of a touchdown here. But right now, that mixture of pass and run really has that Tuskegee defense on its heels at this point.
And mass substitutions for Tuskegee on defense, including DeAndre Chapman, who was one of the last players that had a shot at the running back at about the 15-yard line.
Second down, they can get a first down at the 4-yard line. Crawley surveys. Here comes the pressure up the gut, forcing him to unload it early, and pass goes incomplete. Took a hard shot there as Tuskegee was coming on a blitz that time.
Kimber was the closest player to the ball for Tuskegee at about the 5-yard line. Made a diving attempt. He is a player who's been very active so far in this ball game for Tuskegee on defense.
And Tuskegee, they sent Malik Moore that time. Moore coming from his linebacking position to put heavy pressure on Crawley and forced him to dump it early. Third down. Football at the 9. Snap to Crawley. Looks off one play. They go back to the right side. A screen set that way. They go into the inside. and knocked down. That'll be a touchdown for the Tigers of Grambling. That's the signal. We've seen that before, though. He was hit outside of the end zone, but carrying on that play was Nicholas Howard, the junior from Pineville, Louisiana, and they say that he did get this one across for the Tigers of Grambling, so they score their second touchdown of the quarter.
Give credit to Grambling on the play design. Ball fake to the right, bubble screen to the near side to the left. Nothing that Tuskegee could do, as there was space for Grambling to pick up that second score.
Yeah, they go to the tight end on that catch, and he had a good wall set up in front of him. Good design play there by Jason Rollins, the offensive coordinator for the Tigers of Grambling State University. So they get the first two scores of this football game. I'm surprised they're not trying to go for two here, given that they missed that first extra point attempt. But it will be Harradine, the sophomore, as they place it down, and he'll kick it. No question about the distance. And this time he's accurate. So the Tigers score, and they extend their lead to 13-0 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We'll take a break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network, see what Tuskegee can do after they get this football back.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery, elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Back live here inside the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium, Grambling with a 13-0 lead. Reminder that the Coach Aaron James Show returns this Monday night from the Vibes Restaurant and Lounge at 6 p.m. The live show is streamed on the Golden Tigers Sports Network and features the comments and insights of Coach James after this ball game and a look ahead for the next matchup for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Fans at Vibe can hear and watch the show on multiple television screens inside the spacious restaurant. Ask their questions of Coach James as well. So meet us at Vibe's Restaurant at 2707 MLK Highway in Tuskegee. Bring your appetite and your questions for Coach James. GTSN will be there with all the coverage, and you know why. TU, we got you. 13-0.
Speaking of Coach James, his challenge is first down play calling. Tuskegee has had little success on first down, picking up 5 yards or more, and that's really made their offense, put them in a hole, frankly, and they've really struggled to get plays generated on first down for positive yardage.
So Aradon, after hitting the point after, now set to kick it away. Stith joined by Beckford for the return for Tuskegee. And this kick will go to Beckford, circling near the base of the end zone. Certainly have to take a knee on that one. Kicking into that wind, Beckford's just driving it to the base of the end zone. It's got a little tie up there near the 20-yard line. Finally get the players separated. And Tuskegee will have the football from the 25. So Tuskegee on this drive, after giving up 2 scores to the Tigers of Grambling, have to really try to answer here quickly. 8:38 remaining in the first period of play.
And Christopher Robertson continues at quarterback for Tuskegee.
Not seen Raquan Beal over at the sideline yet. No report of an injury. That's why he's not playing.
Beal warmed up.
Robertson in shotgun. Tuskegee going right to left on your listening dial. Ball fake. Robertson rolls right side, shoots a dart there. Catch at the 33. Up the field on the run after catch at the 45-yard line. Good rolling out play there to get some space for Robertson. And he found Reggie Brigman, the target wide receiver for first down pickup.
Brigman, 6'2", 175 from Kennesaw, Georgia. Excellent in route, breaking it open about 15 yards downfield.
That's the first play after the first down pickup, going right side past the 40-yard line. Another good hit play for Tuskegee, this time on the outside for another first down.
Robertson with the quarterback keeper going off the no huddle. Again, Tuskegee calling the play at the line of scrimmage.
Back-to-back 5 restaurants first down for Tuskegee. They are at the 41 of the Tigers of Grambling. Deepest penetration of the ball game. They'll keep it left side out in the flats. Morrison has it leading behind to catch it and has his legs cut from under him after about a 3-4 yard pickup.
I like the misdirection design on that last play, Charles. Robertson faking right, coming back to the near side to the left, finding the wide running back out of the backfield for good yardage. It's going to bring up a second and about 5.
Morris, the junior from Spanish Fort, Alabama. A good play there at the sideline.
Positive yards on first down.
Makes all the difference in the world. Second down and about 4. Maybe let's call a stretch of a full 5 for Tuskegee.
Go ahead and stretch it out.
Yeah. Robertson, joined by Morris in the backfield. Wells joins him there as well. They'll keep it into the hands of Wells, and that one trying to go right side. Not much doing there. Grambling ready for that play. Stop made out there by Andrew Jones, the redshirt junior for Grambling.
As he took the handoff, Wells seemed to hesitate just a bit, and that hesitation caused the Grambling players, gave them enough time to close.
The correction on that, that's Desmond Leverett, the sophomore that carried that time for Tuskegee in that backfield. So Leverett not able to gain much on that play. That'll bring up third. Actually lost a yard on that, so 3rd and 7 now for Tuskegee. Robertson out the flats, overshoots, so up man wide open there. Brigman had turned his route to the outside near the 23-yard line. That would have been a big gainer for the first down and an easy throw there, and would have been an easy catch for Brigman. But instead, Robertson overshoots him. And now Tuskegee, it's like they're going to be forced to give this football up on a punt. That drive started with a lot of promise the first couple of plays.
Promise and had tempo, which I like on that last series.
And you got to put that play, the last one, in the Rolodex because Brigman was open. Just missing on the pass was Robertson. So Ryans to punt it. Tuskegee trailing 13-0. Likely they're going to try to kick this away from the return, and they will. They're trying to push it to the right corner. Fair catch called for over the head of the receiver, the return man, and Tuskegee going to fill this one down at the 3-yard line. Good special teams work there by Tuskegee as Anthony Scott, the redshirt senior, is getting down the field to cover that football at the 3. So 6:28 remains, first period of play. 13-0 lead for the Tigers of Grambling over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. We'll take a break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Back live here inside the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University. Timeout on the field. 6:28 remains, first period of play. And it's the Tigers of Grambling with a 13-0 lead over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. GTSN's coverage of Tuskegee Athletics is sponsored by Zuby's Taco Kitchen and Bar, located in College Park, Georgia. Owner Desi Zuberi is a proud Tuskegee grad, and Zuby's Taco Kitchen and Bar is an official watch and listen location for Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. So for Tuskegee alums located in Metro Atlanta who want some good food and drinks while cheering on the Golden Tigers, head to Zuby's Taco Bar and Kitchen at 1509 Virginia Avenue in College Park, Georgia. Zuby's, where TU Sports is always on the menu.
Charles, I know you're one being sometimes fashionably late. People here at Eddie G. Robinson Stadium are still filing in midway through the first quarter. We have a capacity crowd, as we mentioned, on the near sideline. I would imagine, I haven't seen the official stats, this stadium has to seat about 25 to 30,000 people.
I think it's at 20, I believe. I saw in the press clippings this week. Back to live action now. Crawley and the Tigers of Grambling with it, pinned down in their own territory. Tuskegee trying to keep them there. Their first play from scrimmage, trying to get some space. They're running on the ground up the middle.
Head coach Aaron James of Tuskegee has got to be thinking turnover, get a stop, but also get a hand on the ball carry and see if that second man can punch it out.
It's Bradford on the carry there for the Tigers of Grambling. Got it up near the 4. Tuskegee going to spread 4 across the front defensively. Snap to Crowley. Going up top on a one-on-one there. Over the shoulder of King. Catch going to be made downfield. They just beat King there. That catch made by Mayshawn Dickerson, the redshirt junior from Union City, Georgia. Just got a step on Michael. And Michael not able to catch up with him. Reception there. They say he stepped out of bounds.
King had decent coverage, but just an exceptionally well-thrown ball deep down to the left sideline. Grambling with a huge first down.
They'll push it up to the 40. I guess they say he stepped out early on in that route. On the ground now, they got a block at the corner. That will free Bradford. Bradford works his way near midfield, and he stepped out of bounds as well at the 47-yard line. Flag behind that play as well. So Tuskegee with a real big break on that play, Mark, as King was beat downfield that trip. And that pass really went a lot further on the Tuskegee side of the field. But they got him out of bounds early on, and now a flag coming in at the back of this play could benefit Tuskegee as well.
We're going to have a hold against Grambling, which will bring up a first and 20.
5:23 remains in this first period of play. All the scoring on the Grambling side of the ledger at this point. They scored off an interception by Tuskegee early on to get their first score, missed on the point after, but able to score on a drive and then converted on the point after to give them the 13-0 lead. Crawley, head fakes, fires across the middle, catch made there. And turning upfield is Jalen Johnson, the redshirt junior from New Orleans, and another flag.
Another flag behind the play as Tuskegee player lost his helmet. Looks like Messiah Wells, number 33, he's going to the sideline. Another holding call against Grambling.
Back-to-back holds on the go, the G-men from Grambling. They had 6 penalties in the game last weekend against the University of Louisiana. They racked up back-to-back holding calls here in this first period of play.
Now, Grambling hasn't been shy about throwing the ball deep in its own territory. Interesting play calls by their head coach, Joseph.
This will make it first down for them, but it's first and about 30 to go now after the assessments back-to-back. So fresh downs, but a lot of yards. Tuskegee anticipating pass here. And whistles at the line of scrimmage. Maybe something with the play clock here, not a foul, a flag on the field.
Grambling on that last formation, Charles, trying to spread the field. Tuskegee only running 3 down linemen.
As you indicated, anticipating that they're going to throw the football. Just trying to have enough cushion in that secondary. See if they can perhaps get a breakup or interception. They set the play clock back to 25 now. That's what the problem was. They had it all the way down to 1 second left.
DB Rosie Grimes for Tuskegee. He's playing 15 yards off the line of scrimmage.
The Tigers of Grambling going left to right on your listening dial, and at the bottom of that screen, they got 3 receivers. Now they break that by sending a man in motion to the top. Crowley with the snap. Here comes inside pressure by Tuskegee. They got him on his wheel. He'll raise, fire at the sideline. Catch made at the 20-yard line. Spinning away from one would-be tackler and down the sideline after a good run after the catch for the Tigers of Grambling. That's Javian Robertson.
Anthony Scott had Robinson dead to right, said about the 25-yard line. Give credit to Robinson. Dipped that shoulder, got to the outside, picked up an additional 15 yards.
Robinson already with a big catch prior to that one, but the run after catch there really got him some good space at the corner, and he pushed the football up to the 38-yard line. So now that makes it 2nd and 12 when it was 1st and 30 on the previous play. They got a big chunk of it back on that pass play there to Robinson. Crowley surveys, dumps it out in the flats. Catch made there. Good tripping tackle there in the backfield. Good work there defensively from Tuskegee by Quan Kimber. Kimber, the sophomore.
It's surprising that Grambling didn't get caught for a third hold on that last running play.
Yeah, right on Kimber out there at the outside. Kimber following up with that 10-tackle performance from last weekend. A couple of big stops already here for Tuskegee in this first quarter. 13-0. Grambling with the lead. They face a 3rd down and 11. Football at the 38. 4 up front for Tuskegee, trying to find a crease for a blitz. Instead, Crowley going upfield, got a man behind the coverage, can't pull in the over-the-shoulder catch. Downfield with some space that time was Jalen Johnson, but the redshirt junior not able to pull it in. The defensive work downfield by Malik Moore, that is, for Tuskegee.
Give credit to Moore for making contact with the receiver just as that ball was coming down on target at about the 30-yard line. And then another excellent thrown ball deep downfield.
And to your point, you just made it a couple minutes ago that Grambling seemingly is not afraid to throw this football deep downfield. They were at a 3rd and 12 there and went down for the winner on that play. Fortunately, Moore with some good defensive work, they deny it. So Giafano now to punt it away. Tuskegee coming at it, but he'll turn it over. Fair catch called for and squeezed at the 23-yard line by Stith for Tuskegee. And that's where the offense comes back on the football field. 2:33 remains first quarter of play. So glad you could join us on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter here with the play call. And Tuskegee still in search for its first win of the season against an FCS opponent in the Tigers of Grambling State, who are also looking for their first win.
My spider sense is tingling and telling me this is a series where Tuskegee gets into some type of rhythm. Their objective is to pick up a couple of first downs. There was a penalty flag that, again, I didn't see the penalty call coming off that last exchange, but Tuskegee going into business at about their own 13-yard line.
Yeah, the assessment pushes them back there. And you're right, you saw a little bit of flair of that on that last possession, first few plays of that possession, but at the end, not able to convert on that 3rd down play. But they'll start this drive from their own 13. Robertson. He'll take the snap. They leave it on the ground on the inside and up near the 15-yard line on the carry. They unpile it there, and coming up after the run was Leverett for Tuskegee. He got about 3 on that pickup.
Nothing fancy, just a simple dive play straight up the middle.
Tuskegee trying to get a little bit more turf behind them, pushing this football up to the 15. Give a little bit more relaxed on if a passing situation arises, not pinned near the end zone. Snap. And on the ground again. This time Robertson keeping it right side. It's got some space there at the first down marker. Slides out of bounds near the 33-yard line. We've seen that play already in this first period. And that one good enough for a Tuskegee first down.
Give credit to Robertson. Very deceptive on the ball fake to the left side. Takes it himself to the far corner. Picks up a first down at the 30.
Survives restaurant first down run for Tuskegee. with 1:30 left in this first period of play. From the 30 now. Slots either side for Robertson. Now they bring the tight end and a whistle. Not sure if he got set, the tight end, trying to get back in the slot and cover the gap on the inside.
It's going to be a motion call against Tuskegee, Charles. Excellent call. But once again, every time it seems that Tuskegee gets into some type of rhythm, something happens to slow them down and break that rhythm.
And that was a big concern coming into this weekend on the Coach Aaron James show on Monday night. That's what he's talking about. They got to clean things up a little bit, minimize some of the mistakes. But right now, a penalty coming in here, and that'll push them back to the 25-yard line. So they got to get it up to the 39 for a first down, but it's 1st and 10 with 54 seconds left in this first quarter. Snap, it's high. And Robertson squares, fires in traffic, and threw his second pick of the ball game. This one right into the hands of Marcellus Johnson. So interception number 2 gives the football back over to Grambling.
Robertson, as he's dropping under pressure, just got a little anxious, released the ball. There were 2 Grambling defenders right there.
Yeah, felt a little bit of pressure, you're right, Mark, and just unloaded it. And, you know, you're facing first and multiple yards to go. Sometimes the wiser thing is just to toss it out of bounds.
But also, as a player who's only 6'2", falling backwards off your back foot is not where you want to be. You want to be in your front foot and driving the ball forward.
And that spells that offensive line's got to give you enough time to be able to do that. And not that he didn't have enough time there, just a little bit of pressure, but just a ill-advised decision to throw that football into that much traffic. So Crowley and offense back out now for Grambling. He's being chased and had it hit from behind. It's loose on the surface. Tuskegee trying to pick it up. Instead of diving on it, they tossed it around a little bit, and it looks like Grambling is going to come away with it.
There were 2 players for Tuskegee in the vicinity of that fumble, right at about the 48-yard line. As we sifted out, the referee still haven't given an official signal. There are 2 Tuskegee players still on the ground with a Grambling player at about the 47.
Oh, you know what's
Nobody
going on
wants to
down
give it
there.
up.
Absolutely. Tuskegee holding the football high, saying that, hey, have it. And as Anthony Scott indicating that he had it, but the officials don't agree with that. They're going to give that football back to Grambling. Tuskegee. And that's instinct for these players. 2 of them had a chance trying to pick it up and run with it instead of just diving on it.
Excellent call.
So Grambling will keep it. They lose a mountain of yards as a result, though. And it'll be 2nd down and 35. Boy, we've had some long down situations here in this first quarter of play.
But as we've seen, Grambling is not shy when it comes to long down and distance. They will put the ball deep downfield.
See if Grambling actually gets this play off before this first quarter expires. Don't think that they will. They will not. So the horn sounds here, and this first quarter of play comes to an end. And it comes to an end with Grambling leading the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee 13-0 as we flip ends of the field. Take a time out here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Tuskegee University Athletics is excited to announce the Golden Athletic Celebration, a special event in honor of the university's centennial homecoming. The celebration will take place on November 2nd, November 8th, that is, 2024, from 8 p.m. to midnight at the Renaissance Hotel in Montgomery, Alabama. As part of the historic 100th homecoming, the Golden Athletic Celebration promises an unforgettable evening featuring a live band, DJ, complimentary food, exciting giveaways, door prizes, and cash bar. The event will bring together alumni, fans, athletes, and supporters of Tuskegee's rich athletic legacy for a night of entertainment and celebration. Tickets for the Golden Athletic Celebration are priced at $135 and can be purchased through the Tuskegee University Athletics Department.
And speaking of live bands, one thing you notice about the amphitheater here at Eddie G.
Nice
Robinson
call.
Memorial Stadium, it really holds sound well. The Tuskegee Golden Piper Band playing and getting a nice round of applause from the Grambling sideline. But an excellent setting for HBCU football. Now, we won't even talk about the Marching Tigers of Grambling when they crank it up.
Indeed.
But this is a tremendous setting for HBCU football.
I think that's the perfect description of amphitheater for this because that's the way it sits and sounds. Beautiful sight here from Grambling, Louisiana. We're live on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Tuskegee trailing it 13-0. Couple of miscues big in that first quarter of play. 2 interceptions right at the end of that first quarter of play leads to Grambling with the football to start this second quarter.
To your point, Tuskegee has got to be feeling Grambling hasn't beaten us. We've beaten ourselves. So if we can clean up what we do on offense, get into a better rhythm, and get some points on the board, we will feel even better about ourselves and our chances going into the second half.
Excellent call on that. This is the ball game where you don't want to beat yourself because you're playing uphill against a team from a different division or class standing as it relates to college football. But you got to cut those mistakes. So now Grambling going right to left as you're listening to this ball game. And they'll face a second down and 35 after a couple of an assessment there. But they still have the football, and we've seen in their first quarter, they're not shy about pushing it up top. Here comes Crawley, pumps ones to his right. Now upfield, got a man wide open here near midfield. Catch made there, streaking down the sidelines. After the catch is Nicholas Howard. Howard, the junior, already with a big grab in this first half of play. Another big one there. And just with one strike or one pass of the football, they covered almost all of the yardage they needed. They're about 5 yards shy of the first down now.
Tuskegee dropped his defensive back so deep into coverage that by the time Charles Davis was able to get in on the tackle, he was about 10 yards away when the ball was actually caught. Closed fast, made a good tackle.
So third down and about 6 showing here for the Grambling first down. Crawley with the snap, steps up in the pocket. Now fire, it's got a man on a out route near the 3-yard line, a catch made over the shoulder. Boy, that's beautiful. Excellent pass there. And Robinson, the standout sophomore, doing the job of catching it over the shoulder. 3 big catches by him already in this first half.
And Crawley demonstrating why his numbers were so gaudy coming into this ball game. That is about a 45-yard throw to the far corner towards the end zone on the money.
No doubt about it. That's why he's preseason first team SWAC Offensive Player of the Year coming into this season. Transferred from Alabama State. You have to just wonder how in the world they let him get away from there.
And as you're listening to this, just visualize a deep fade route. That's the best way you can describe it.
And perfect route there by Robinson. So first and goal to go just like that for Grambling. Their pitch coming left side toward the corner of the end zone. A walk-on touchdown there. Easily done by Grambling. They just pitched it to Tony Phillips, who was crossing from the right to the left, and he had such a good wall of blocking up front and at the corner that he's able to just slide it into the end zone in the corner.
Grambling did an excellent job of reception, leaving one player for Tuskegee naked at that last attempt. Once the running back hit the left corner, it was clear sailing to the end zone.
That was too easy. They faced a first down in about 30. Gobbled that right up right away, and now here they are trying for the point after scoring a touchdown. And that one is knocked through by Harrington, and Tuskegee trailing now 20-0 to the Tigers of Grambling State University. Tuskegee got to find an answer here somewhere inside the confines of this amphitheater. 20-0, Grambling leads. We'll take a break on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
And welcome back, everybody. We are live from the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium in the James Harris Doug Williams Field on the campus of Grambling State University. Beautiful setting here as the sun sets here in Grambling, Louisiana, but not so beautiful on the football field for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee right now. They trail it 20-0.
Miles Crawley is playing like he wants to add his name to that list on the field. The preseason SWAC Offensive Player of the Year. He was 19 of 28 for 166 yards last week, but he threw an interception that resulted in a 50-yard pick six. This week, he's coming in with a vengeance to prove himself and atone for that performance last week.
And you just imagine, we're talking about the iconic nature of Grambling football. And you got a stadium named after Eddie G. Robinson. And the football field's named after James Shaq Harris and Doug Williams. If you're a quarterback coming into this program, man, you got some real steps you're trying to catch up with those kinds of legacies.
Well, what's the phrase that's used on the playground? You better come with it.
Sure.
And Grambling, as a result of that legacy, puts pressure on the leadership. That includes the head coach. That includes the quarterback to live up to that tradition. Who can forget the performance of Doug Williams in the Super Bowl against the Washington, at the time, Redskins?
I got even one better. I was living in D.C. at the time. And after he scored through all those touchdowns, I couldn't even get out of my house because I lived on Georgia Avenue. The whole street was blocked up. Just a phenomenal thing to witness. And all of that really in the second half of that ball game, just a tremendous performance. Tigers are Grambling right now, clicking on all cylinders in this first half of play. They lead it 20-0 with 13:27 left. Golden Tigers got to go step by step here. Good return, get that offensive rhythm. See if they can get something going here before halftime. This one's going to come down to Stith. He'll field it at the 1. Thought he was in the end zone. Now he'll have to run it. He'll try to turn right side. Got it at the 10. Wrapped up and slung out of bounds near the 15. Justin thought he was in the end zone. Was going to try to sit it there for safekeeping, but realized that he wasn't there and he had to run it. Got as far as he could left side, but that pursuit by the Tigers of Grambling on special teams. They chase him out of bounds. So Tuskegee back to the football field. And Christopher Robertson still in at quarterback, trying to handle that offense. He's thrown 2 picks already in this football game. Have not seen Raquan Beal in this football game for Tuskegee, the other quarterback. And on the ground, Tuskegee, they give it to Stith right side on an end around. He's wrapped up at the line of scrimmage. Good hard tackle there by Andrew Jones for Grambling up front.
You have to give credit to Grambling's defense, Charles, for stringing that play out. As Tuskegee's trying to get to the outside, there are 4 players on that far side of the field for Grambling that really had excellent penetration and stopped that play for virtually no gain.
Yeah, no gain at all, Mark. They'll leave it right there. Football at the 15, 2nd down and 10 for Tuskegee. Shotgun for Robertson. Slots down at the bottom. Tuskegee going left to right in this second quarter of action. High snap, but he handles. Ball fake. Fires at the corner. Got a man there. Back to the interior they go after the catch. Nice run upfield by Beckford after the catch at the corner. Tuskegee trying to go no huddle here with a hurry-up offense at the 32. Fresh set of downs. There's a snap. It's high again. They get it down and able to get it in the hands of Morris, and Morris runs it up to the 39-yard line.
On that snap, you have to take a deep breath. Excellent catch by the quarterback of Tuskegee just to make a clean catch and get positive yardage on what could have been easily a busted play.
Indeed. Picked up 2 instead, so it's 2nd down and 8 now. 11:50 remains first half. Tuskegee trailing 20-0. Robertson with the snaps, got some time. Now he'll tuck and run. Now he'll slide the line. Flag coming in, backside of that play. And Robertson slides down near the 40.
Given the nature of that scramble and the time that Robertson was trying to carve out, probably going to have a penalty against Tuskegee's offensive line, either downfield or with a hold.
Indeed. You're spot on with that. It is a hold called against Tuskegee. And just so much going on that play. Robertson in the pocket initially, felt some pressure, rolled out to his right side, thought about running, but the defense of Grambling kind of collapsed and showed that they were ready for him on the keeper.
If the 2 interceptions will do anything, it will make you indecisive.
Indeed. And a couple of big guys in black jerseys coming at you when you're trying to run it at the sideline will make you indecisive as well. So push back now to the 28-yard line. Tuskegee faces a 2nd down and about 20 after the assessment. Snap, Robertson fires across the middle. Good crossing route there and dropped on the football. Had it, did not look it in. Then McGee coming across, enough for a 1st down, and you were about to get the words right out of your mouth, right? Excellent pass. Right?
Tuskegee's been looking for that crossing route all afternoon. They finally connect on it. The receiver can't make a clean catch.
McGee, normally so sure-handed, part of that new set of receivers for Tuskegee. The senior from Jackson, Mississippi, just not able to lock that one in all the way.
And once again, I like the play design, running a receiver in the slot from left to right.
That'll make it 3rd down now for Tuskegee as we approach the 11-minute mark remaining in the first half of play. Snap, Robertson. Here comes the pressure. Unloads, got a man, crossing route. Boy, beautiful catch there. Downfield, Garmin. The red shirt freshman works his way all the way down the field for Tuskegee after a great over-the-shoulder catch. Kept it in stride and down at the 24.
That is the operative word, my friend. In stride, allowing Garmin to pick up another 10 yards after the catch.
They'll put him down at the 25. 1st down for the Golden Tigers. On the ground, Morris looking for some space and wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. Defensive work there by Brendan Barley. Barley with a good play already. Got an interception for the Tigers of Grambling and a good stop there, surging at the line of scrimmage to pull down Morris.
And Brendan Arrington for Tuskegee just couldn't get that extra block on the corner.
They push him back to the 30-yard line. Loss of 4 on that play. Tuskegee still trying to go hurry offense here. Slots either side. Tigers showing blitz. Here they come. Out in the flats with the pass. Morris sidesteps one defender. Upfield with the football near the initial line of scrimmage after sliding through on that Tiger defense.
Once again, I like the play call. Tuskegee feeling Grambling is going to be aggressive. Go with the screen play. Allow the defensive line pursuit and throw underneath.
Got it back to the 26-yard line, so it's 3rd down and 11 now. Tuskegee's got to keep this football.
Let's bookmark this as one of the best points in this game to have a 1st down pickup.
3rd down and 11. If they don't score, they at least got to get it in the possibility for a field goal for Ryans. Got to come away on this drive with something. Snap. Here comes the pressure. Sliding left side. Got some room. That's Robertson. Got enough for a 1st down for sure. Streaks the sideline. Slides out of bounds near the 7-yard line. The footwork of Robertson, we said that was one of the advantages he had over Bill, and he showed it right there on that carry.
Excellent acceleration as he got to the far sideline. Tuskegee did an excellent job of sealing off the corner, picking up a huge 1st down. Let's bookmark that, Charles, as one of our nominees for play of the game.
Absolutely. Alabama Power Play of the game. That was a big one there for Tuskegee to keep that football. We have an injured Tiger for Grambling down in the end zone. Try to get a read on him through our Alabama Department of Public Health injury update if we're able to get one. But yeah, that is definitely a candidate for the Alabama Power TU Play of the day. They needed a big 1st down to keep that football with 9:07 remaining, trailing 20-0. Timeout on the field. We'll step out for a quick break as well on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Back live here at Eddie G. Robinson Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University. Timeout was on the field, and it was Andrew Jones, the injured Tiger for Grambling State, that came up off the field after that last play. Jones with a couple of big defensive plays for Grambling in this first half of football. He'll go to the sideline. And Tuskegee now with that football with 9:07 remaining in this first half, trying to see if they can't get their first score of them. And a big play there by Robertson on the run left side to give them that first down.
I would not be surprised to see head coach Aaron James trust his quarterback in the running game this close to the good success on 2 plays on this drive. Might as well keep going back to the well until they stop it.
Indeed. Trying to get a read if there was something wrong with Raquan Bill, the other quarterback for Tuskegee. We have not seen him, even though there have been 2 interceptions by Robertson thrown in his first half. But got the word from Sports Information Director Jordan Benson that there was no knowledge about anything Bill had as it relates to an injury coming into today's ball game. But right now, Robertson with his legs passing, starting to settle in at quarterback for Tuskegee. So Tuskegee now, believe it or not, first and goal to go from the 9-yard line. Trying to see if they can't get a score here.
Grambling with some last-minute changes coming out of the timeout, shuttling players in and out off the sideline.
Eric Dooley, the defensive coordinator for Grambling, trying to get the right personnel out there. Tuskegee trying to get into that end zone. They send a man in motion to tight end. Robertson leaves it with Morris. Johnny spins his way down near the 7-yard line. Heavy traffic on the inside, but found a little bit of space there for Tuskegee.
Excellent job by Robertson that time executing the ball fake after the handoff. Wouldn't be surprised to see Tuskegee thinking in terms of a sequence of plays. The next play could build on that first down call. The quarterback play call could result in a keeper.
Indeed. They've had more success on the ground running at the corners versus on the inside. But it gets a little bit tighter down here in the field. Not much real estate to work with. They go with the ball fake. It'll be Robertson up the middle. Or Morris, that is, on a direct snap. They faked it to Stith coming around on the left side and direct snap to Morris.
Again, credit to Tuskegee on the creative play design. That's a play we haven't seen yet in this ball game, and they picked up positive yards. That's another huge call on 3rd down.
It'll be interesting to see if they bring a man in motion this time and if they do any play action off of that. They sprint the receivers out to either side. And it'll be Morris lining up directly, showing that he'll take the snap. They bring Stith in motion again. Same play. Morris going to time over the head, incomplete. Kind of what I thought we'd see there, just not executed they wanted to. They were trying to get it to the tight end, Johnny Gilbert, the senior from Atlanta. But Morris with the pass on the touch pass just shot a little bit too high.
You mentioned Gilbert earlier, Charles. Gilbert was open, but just off balance as the pass came over the other shoulder. He was trying to turn back and make an overhead catch just a bit high.
So Ryan's on now to try to see if he can't get Tuskegee on the scoreboard from 22 yards away. Allard a hole. There's the hold and the kick. Larkin's got plenty of leg on it, but he missed it left side. Kicking it into the wind here. Flags coming in at the back of that play. See who that goes against. Tuskegee missing on the field goal attempt from 22 yards out. See if they can get a break here on these flags, if it can go against Grambling.
Based on the body language of Grambling's defense. Christmas comes early.
Yes, and it comes Grambling, Louisiana. Infraction against the Tigers of Grambling.
in terms of playing personality, Grambling has attempted at several points in this ball game, Charles, to really assert itself physically on Tuskegee, only to result in a few penalties. None could be bigger than this, as Tuskegee apparently misses a short field goal attempt, but after the play was dead, Grambling gets called for the personal foul, which will give Tuskegee the ball.
I think you mentioned a word early on in the broadcast about entitlement and Grambling feeling like they're entitled because of who they are. And that whole mentality of coming in just, oh, hey, we got a lower division opponent here. We're entitled to win. We're entitled to take advantage of them.
What is the answer for entitlement? Poise.
Indeed.
Not to retaliate by Tuskegee. They were wise on two, at least, personal foul calls, not to mix it up with the Grambling Tigers.
So Tuskegee looks like they're going to draw a break here inside of Eddie G. Robinson Stadium after the call against the G-men of Grambling. They trail it, Tuskegee does, 20-0. They were on a sustained drive there trying to get in the end zone on a pass, resulted in trying to kick a field goal and missed on the field goal attempt, but an infraction coming at the attempt, and Tuskegee with the football.
But I like the play design by Coach Aaron James at Tuskegee. As they got inside the red zone, they got a little more creative, not too fancy, but they had positive yards inside the red zone, just a hair away from scoring that touchdown. The challenge now comes with the penalty. Does he stay creative, or does he stay on the ground?
Oh, let's see. Have a fresh set of downs to do it. Just a reminder that our broadcast coverage of Tuskegee on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. And the guys from Alabama hoping that they can inch this football into the end zone to get the first score of the ball game against Grambling. Told you that these two programs are two of the most storied in all of HB ball. They met 3 times in their history against each other. Tuskegee's won 2 of those ball games. The last one went to Grambling, and they won. That was in 1949, Mark, before you were even thought of. Maybe.
That's a long time ago.
And they won that ball game 5-0.
But it's great to see this matchup renewed because of the traditions of these two schools. It may be a long drive, but they have a lot in common.
No question about it. And what Tuskegee wants to have in common with Grambling right now is to get a score on the scoreboard. They trail at 20-0, but our correction, they're going to give that football over to Grambling here, Mark, down at the 10. Not sure what happened on that. The indication was that it was going against Grambling. The official said it was against Grambling.
Well, it could have been a dead ball foul after the play.
So retract all that we just said. It's Grambling with the football from the 10. The initial indication was as it was going the other way with a fresh set of downs for Tuskegee. Instead, it's on the ground by Bradford for Grambling, and he runs it up near the 19-yard line. Boy, that was just a confusing set of signals given by the officiating crew down there. That indication showing that the Tuskegee was going to have that football after an assessment against Grambling. But instead, it's the other way. Crawley on the ground, lunging ahead. This is Bradford with the football right side. And he trips his way past the first down marker for Grambling up to the 22-yard line.
Like Tuskegee, Grambling also calling the ball plays in formation at the line of scrimmage.
But just a little bit dismayed by that call. Thought the momentum would surely favor Tuskegee and a chance for them to score. Instead, at 6:29 left, Grambling with the football in the first half.
And I'll just add on to that, I would say the officials' calls have been a little bit sluggish in terms of demonstrating what the play calls are.
Crawley will take the snap. Short drop, got a man one-on-one at top of the screen. Over the shoulder, and that one broken up. Defensive work downfield. They were going one-on-one against the person they probably don't want to do that against. That's Michael King, and he breaks that one up. The intended receiver for Grambling is down, and that's Dickerson.
Michael King appeared to land on Dickerson's hip as he's defending that play. Dickerson
Yeah, a lot of contact on that one. King with a great job of breaking up that pass downfield. There was body contact afterwards. And Dickerson with a big catch already for Grambling in this first half. Attended to here. Michael King on that coverage for Tuskegee. Michael, 3 tackles and 1 breakup last weekend in the loss to Johnson C. Smith. But he's first team all SIAC preseason coming into this conference. He was first team all SIAC last year. And one of the real bright spots for Tuskegee, had a chance to talk to him at the Aaron James Coaches Show on Monday of this past week, and just really still positive about that defense, and asked him about the opportunities they had to help the offense in that ball game by stopping Johnson C. Smith in several critical situations. And he said, essentially, that's what we do.
And they're bringing the card out on the field for the player on the far sideline for Grambling.
It's Deshaun Dickerson, the redshirt junior from Union City, Georgia. As they attend to him, let's step out for a timeout on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Battery. Back live here at Eddie G. Robinson Stadium.
It is a somber scene here at Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium as Deshaun Dickerson is being taken off the field on a cart, as both teams had taken a knee in hope that it wasn't something too serious. There were not just one, but 2 carts brought out at about the 50-yard line.
And the second of the 2 is the one that they have Dickerson on. And it's just one of the sobering factors of this contact sport that we love so much, is that you have injuries as a part of it. And all our thoughts and prayers and well wishes are going out to Dickerson, the redshirt junior from Union City, Georgia. Play set to resume now with 6:08 remaining in this first half. Tuskegee denied on their end of down inside the red zone of the Tigers of Grambling. And now with 6:08 left, Tuskegee on defense as the Tigers of Grambling face a 2nd down and 10. Snap, Crawley. He'll keep it on the ground. Left it into the belly just long enough, and that allowed the running back Bradford to free right side, and Bradford slides it back and across midfield down near the 41-yard line. Good play there by Crawley, just holding it as long as he could, and then when he saw Bradford free with space, released the football.
Nothing fancy, just an excellent cutback by the running back from Grambling. Again, given the body language of Grambling's offense, seemed to be retreating once again. Referees discussing it at midfield.
Yeah, far side, it's still looking, don't see any laundry at this point. Another break there for Tuskegee. This one will nullify that run by the Tigers of Grambling. Guilty of the hold.
At some point, I think the officials have become too dependent upon the PA system, and they've become less demonstrative with their hand signals. And so we're having a difficult time picking it up. So usually see an official clear space, come to the center of the field, make it clear what the play call is. They're standing in spot in traffic, so it's difficult to pick up what these penalty calls are.
Nice call on that, Lassiter. Reminds me a lot about Major League Baseball in terms of the communications they have for pitch selection now, that when the headsets go crazy, they don't know how to give the signals anymore between catcher and pitcher.
Well, you know, we're old school. Just give us the signals. Sure. We'll interpret it.
I'll throw it, right? Out of the flats now, they got a man. That catch is going to be made by Hargrove. Hargrove working the sideline, and another flag at the back of that play. We'll see. Could be holding by the wideout for Grambling. We'll check it as a couple of flags come in.
Give credit to the official on the near sideline. That flag was about 20 yards in the air.
Yeah, nice toss. Another hold against the Tigers of Grambling. So every opportunity for Tuskegee to climb back in a ball game where Grambling's doing a little bit of self-infliction here.
Here's what's curious about this game, Charles, where Tuskegee has hurt themselves with turnovers. Grambling has shot themselves in the foot with these costly penalties.
Yeah, back-to-back holds there, going to push them back across midfield and just inside the 30-yard line. So when it all settles in, it'll be right at the 30, at the left hash mark. And we're down to 5 minutes left in the first half. Tuskegee denied on its last drive offensively.
And the play clock has just hit 0.
Yeah, a lot of chaos going on right now as the game clock is continuing to run here inside of Eddie G. Robinson Stadium.
So
and now a timeout taken.
Help me out. The play clock hit 0. The game clock continued to run.
You want help? It's called cost. Yeah, that was all out of sequence there. They ran it down. That clock was at over 5 minutes, and it just kept running and running. And then finally, Grambling taking the timeout because of the play clock.
Head coach Joseph for Grambling having a discussion with 2 officials at the 20-yard line. He's trying to sort it out as well.
Teams gathered on both sides. Almost everybody from the bench on both teams gathered. On the Grambling side, they're gathered near the 27, and across the field, Tuskegee gathered at the 40.
Between the injury and the penalty call and the clock expiration, this game is all of a sudden taking on a very weird tone where we've had constant action at some points in this game. Now it's just slowed down to this slog.
Players set to come back out on the football field. And the line of scrimmage will be the 30-yard line. Slots either way for Crawley and the Grambling offense. He'll take the snap, pressure, unloads, crossing route, catch made in stride. Up the field, and the football's loose, but it's picked up as a trailing receiver picked it up. That's Hargrove. Our correction, that was Robinson on the spot to pick up that football after it was fumbled on the initial catch. And another flag, Mark. But this time it's against Tuskegee. And that assessment gets added to the end of that run. So everything that Tuskegee got by benefit of penalties by the Tigers going back-to-back, now they give it back up after they get the reception Grambling does, and Tuskegee fouls after that, and they'll push the football down near the 34.
Quarterback of Grambling, he is accurate.
Yep. He's got all the fundamentals, too. Even when they put a little charge in him in terms of rushing him, he's still able to plant his feet. Short drop, slant pass across the middle. Target hit.
Now, you don't see many quarterbacks make the ball fake and throw off the back foot, moving backward as accurately as Crawley just executed on that last play.
And it's an excellent call because you talked about we saw Robertson doing that with little effect for Tuskegee, but there, Crawley able to execute it.
The other thing about it, that pass had perfect touch. It was not too hard, just enough to get it over the linebackers. Grambling driving once again inside the red zone.
Crawley over 2,300 yards in the air, as you referenced in pregame for the Tigers last season. Misdirection. Here they come over with a reverse. They got a block wall here, but Tuskegee playing that well. And they knock down Robinson on that return, coming back to the left side of the football field.
Kobe Mitchell for Tuskegee did an excellent job of closing from his defensive back position and getting in on that tackle.
Meanwhile, Kimber goes down for Tuskegee.
That is a player that Tuskegee cannot afford to lose.
Juan Kimber did such a fine job last weekend in the season opener with the 10 tackles, and he's been present here in this ball game as well. But now he's down at the 25. Coach Aaron James hustling out there to check him out as well. Concern for all of his players as the training crew for Tuskegee stepping in to attend him. Marcus Jeter, the head trainer for Tuskegee.
Kimber is up, seems to be favoring that right leg as he goes to the near sideline, aided by assistants.
Yeah, seems to be favoring that, and make any read on that diagnosis-wise, but he's off the football field with 3:06 remaining in this first half of play. Football at the 19-yard line. Tuskegee trying to defend and repel another score by the Tigers of Grambling. It's a second down and 11 from the 19-yard line, leading it 20-0.
Grambling with the spread offense.
Snap to Crowley in the pocket, lofts it to the corner, one-on-one there, and the pass goes incomplete to the back of the end zone. The defensive work there by that Tuskegee secondary.
A little bit of hand fighting in the corner of the end zone. The officials decided not to penalize either team. Tremendous coverage by Tuskegee.
That was Tyler Smith, the sophomore from Dallas, Georgia, on that coverage for the Golden Tigers. They were just trying to set up a one-on-one jump ball in the corner of the end zone that time, but Smith able to defend that off for Tuskegee. 3rd and 11, 2:51 left first half. Crawley, joined by Hargrove in the backfield. 3 receivers to his right. And the snap. Ball fake, quick hitting pass to go back the other way, same route. This time he overshoots the receiver. And boy, we have not said that very much in this first half of play. Crawley took a hit after that pass, but led the receiver too far into the corner of the end zone.
Credit Noah Holton of Tuskegee getting pressured on Crawley as he is again trying to hit that deep fade route 5 yards deep into the end zone. Ball was on the money. Once again, his accuracy is really pretty incredible at this level. But Tuskegee had excellent coverage, and it appears that Grambling will now attempt a field goal.
They're trying to get it to Belazar there in the corner of the end zone. This will be a 36-yard effort by Harradine. He hit from 50 last weekend. 2:44 remains first half. They got the snap down. Kick, plenty of distance on that. Is he accurate? And he is on target for Grambling. So 2:38 remains, and Grambling notches another score. And they lead it now 23-0 over Tuskegee after the field goal by Harrington. And will step out here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
We didn't get together, go out and say, hey, we're going to go down there and set the world on fire. It was more collectively individuals seeking to do their best and accomplish the mission that was assigned.
Our mission is to carry the lessons and legacy of the Tuskegee Airmen into every classroom in America.
If you believe as we do that this is an exciting and effective way to carry the story of the Tuskegee Airmen and the excitement.
Back live here at Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University. 2:32 remaining. The punt downfield, or the kickoff downfield for Tuskegee. And they'll start this possession after the return or kick from the 15-yard line. So Tuskegee forced to return that kick and deep in their own territory to start here. 23-0, they trail it to the Tigers of Grambling. Robertson, he'll take the snap. Out in the flats, catch made at the corner. Close to the first down marker. After the grab there, that was Leverett coming out of the backfield for Tuskegee on that catch. Tuskegee trying to go quickly here. Pick up 6 on that first down reception. Sliding now on a reverse on back to the inside. Leverett with the football, slides it back to the inside. Nice design play, but the Tigers of Grambling read that one well on the comeback on the inside to knock down Leverett.
This may not be a play of the game, Charles, but this is a dangerous play call coming up. Tuskegee really wants to carve out some space to pick up this next first down. You don't want to give the ball back to Grambling with excellent field position. 2
minutes left in this first half. A timeout on the field. Tuskegee trailing at 23-0 to the Tigers of Grambling. Television timeout. We'll step out as well here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Back live here at Grambling State University. Quick reminder, Tuskegee, after 2 games on the road to start the season, will take next weekend off as they prepare for their first home game of the year when they host the Tigers of Savannah State University at Cleve Abbott Memorial Stadium on Saturday, September 21st at 1 p.m. We'll have all the live action for you right here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network, beginning with the pregame show starting at 12:30 Central. Get your tickets for the game by visiting the Tuskegee Athletics website at www.goldentigersports.com. That's 3 W's, goldentigersports.com. Bring your mobile listening device while you're in the stadium and listen to the coverage of the Golden Tigers, the home of Tuskegee Athletics. Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, we got you. First home game just a couple of weekends away, Mark. Tuskegee in this one on the road. Lost in Montgomery last weekend. Will be good to get into the confines of Cleve Abbott Memorial Alumni Stadium.
No matter the outcome of this game, Charles, it will be welcome that Tuskegee will have a bye week next week to regroup, get healthy, and come into that home opener at 100% or as near to 100% possible.
One of the things Coach James is concerned about, obviously, is coming out of this ball game with minimal injuries if possible. also came in with the idea of winning the contest as well, not just showing up. 1:58 left, first half of play. Robertson, he will take the snap. Dumps it out in the flats, and a hard hit there trying to turn it upfield, but the Tigers of Grambling there on that play and knocked down hard was Leverett after the catch.
What looks like a simple play call, the quarterback has got to be able to deliver the pass so the running back can turn upfield. That time he had to reach back. By the time he came back for the pass, Grambling closed and stopped in time to prevent the first down.
And there you see right away Grambling taking a timeout after that stop. That gives you every indication of what they're trying to do with 1:44 left in this first half. They want to get another score.
Given how aggressive Grambling has been deep in their own territory, should they maintain possession of this next punt by Tuskegee anywhere outside of the 30-yard line, expect them to go deep again.
They're going to reset the clock to 1:53 here inside the stadium. Anticipating Tuskegee punting this football away, Grambling will have a lot of time if they can keep a short distance on the field.
That's the second reset of the clock. The clock was reset on the last timeout, and now we have a second reset on this exchange.
We'll have Ryans out to punt it for Tuskegee. And back on the other end of the field, it'll be Hargrove.
Hargrove is shallow at the 42-yard line.
Correction, that's Robinson back there for them, Mark. And the kick, sidewinder there. Upfield, though, and it'll be fielded. Short side there and bounced out of bounds on the return is Hargrove. And the Tigers of Grambling going to have some good field position to work with 1:43.
Good position is an understatement. Grambling has exactly what they wanted with plenty of time to get their offense into Tuskegee's scoring position.
And it was Robinson on that return for the Tigers of Grambling. And they'll be at their own 47-yard line with 1:43 remaining in this first half of play. Crowley sends slot receivers either side. He'll take the snap. Upfield, got a man wide open there at the sideline, and it's Robinson. He'll slide to the middle of the field. Got some space there, and he's going to go the distance. They got it to him in space at the left side of the field, found a lane back to the middle, and he scores easily for Grambling. That took no time at all there, Mark.
One play, Grambling had exactly what they wanted, and that can be defined in just field position. Crawley, who's been accurate all night through the underneath route, allowed his back to do the rest of the work, and Grambling now has a commanding lead going into halftime.
47-yard strike from Crowley to Robinson, and they lead at 29-0. Paradine on now to try to point after. He knocks it through and makes it a 30-0 lead for the Tigers of Grambling over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. 1:32 left in that first half of play. Tuskegee did all it could in that final minutes of that first half to prevent this type situation from happening, but not able to convert offensively, and they had to punt it away, and Grambling struck quick.
And Charles, it's not the big things, it's the little things. They made the completion on the third down play that they wanted, but they weren't able to lead the running back just a couple of yards to pick up that first down. As a result, they give the ball up, and Grambling scores on one play.
You referenced Robinson in the pregame show. He has been all of that for Grambling in this first half of play. Another big touchdown. Scored one already, and now a second one here in this first half. And Grambling with 1:32 left before the intermission with a 30-0 lead.
And the problem for Tuskegee, Charles, is that just sounds demoralizing. No points on the scoreboard, and you're down 30 going into the half.
Surveying here as we look toward halftime, we see the Clemson Piper marching band behind the Tuskegee bench on the far side of the field. And it's been all quiet on the Tuskegee side. Not a lot to play, the band to play for here early in this first half of football. Working out to the outside, Stiff looking for some room, chased out of bounds into that Tuskegee sideline. Justin trying to find some space, and just got some players tying it up again, this time in the 28-yard line.
Every exchange on special teams, Grambling special teams players just seem to want to get into it with Tuskegee for no particular reason.
Playing time, and you referenced it early on. just the level of feeling of entitlement.
Well, there's also that intimidation factor. We're Grambling and you're not.
Indeed.
So we're going to do what we can at home to just intimidate you.
They have so far. They lead at 30-0. Robertson in the backfield for Tuskegee. Pistol formation. He'll take the snap. Looks upfield. Feels the pressure. Now slides. Fires across the middle. Good catch there. Going up for that football. This time is McGee. And he hangs on to this one. And he'll come down near the 40-yard line or the 45. That's enough for a first down.
Tuskegee going up tempo. They're thinking scoring points.
1:14 left. Clock has stopped momentarily. Now they gear it up. Have to get the football to the mark on the field. It's at the 45. 67 seconds left first half.
Coach Aaron James not going quietly into halftime. He's got his offense with decent field position. He's going to open it up now. You can see the spread formation as players are waiting for the officials to start play. Tuskegee with a exceptionally wide formation with 3 players wide right, 1 to the top of the formation to the left.
And the play has started now. Coach James at the sideline. Looks like he's trying to get a timeout or at least the attention of the officials. Probably wondering about that clock.
That's our third reset. We call that the hat trick.
And this is radical. This is at 41 seconds now, and they take it all the way back to 1:14. Wow. That's a lot of time to elapse on the clock, where it should have been at least stopped there a long time ago.
No comment.
1:09 left first half. Robertson with the snap. Here comes the pressure. He'll step up right side. Floats it out in the flats. Catch made there by Stiff, but he draws a crowd at the 49 on the other end of the football field. They'll unpowel it there. The whistles just going off everywhere here inside the stadium. I think Tuskegee may have taken a timeout here. Yeah, Tuskegee took it with 50 seconds left, recognizing they want to get something here before this first half expires. They trail it 30-0 to the Tigers of Grambling. Tuskegee with the timeout. Back with the final 50 seconds of this first half. Break on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Maybe send it again.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Now Robertson will touch and run. Trying to get toward the sideline. He slings it up the field. And they say the catch is incomplete. Trying to get it upfield. He was running for his life. Robertson was. at the sideline. Just tried to slide it upfield there to Johnny Morris, but Johnny standing on the out of bounds line. So that will keep it at second down.
Robertson was in trouble coming to the near sideline and just made that underhanded windmill softball pitch throw to the sideline. As it stands, 40 seconds remaining, and Tuskegee is running out of time.
We'll catch you up on that. We just got back late from that break. We started at 57 seconds left. Tuskegee with a couple of plays downfield and then got a penalty. They're at the 37-yard line of the Tigers of Grambling. With 40 seconds left, they face a 3rd and 10 from there, trying to notch a score before the break, trailing at 30-0. Stith will line up right side this time for Tuskegee. Pressure up the gut. Robertson going to be sacked, and he lost the football down near the 44. It's picked up in stride and headed down the sideline. It looks like it's going to go for another touchdown for the Tigers of Grambling, this time after the fumble. And that was returned for the touchdown. So they came with a blitz that time, and the pickup of the fumble was by Josh Darling, and Darling, the senior from Gordo, Alabama, able to pick it up in stride and run it for the touchdown for Grambling.
Chris Robertson trying to make something out of nothing as Grambling had extreme pressure right up the middle. No ball security. Grambling takes it to the house.
Yeah, it was about 4 of them right on top of him, and they just wrestled it free from him. He hit the ground real hard here, and the football just came free, and Darling able to pick it up in stride, and he runs it in for the touchdown right side. So the news just keeps getting worse for Tuskegee. They were trying to notch a score before the break. And on their 3rd turnover of the football game, it results in the touchdown for Grambling. Paradine now, the point after. Flags coming in after that point after attempt. And the PAT was good, but we'll check the flag.
In a short period of time, we've gone from 23-0 to where we stand now.
Wow. That was going against Tuskegee as well. So it's 37-0, and they had an illegal substitution on the point after attempt. So that would allow Grambling to push the football up on the kick, and likely going to get that to out of the end zone on the backside, leading it 37-0 with 28 seconds left. Boy, that's a Tuskegee wanted to come into this ball game with an early start and to do something to really get their engines going. Started out relatively close in this ball game, but just on that first possession when they threw the interception, that's when the wheels just started to come off, and they have continued to do so since then.
Tuskegee can only look back at the first half of this game and think where they were at 23-0, which was, I wouldn't say respectable, but at least it was reachable. But in a 2-play sequence, one coming on the long pass play, second on the turnover, suddenly it's 37-0.
Now you get into a mindset, if you're Coach James, that you're going to come out and you'll make a real hard start at the beginning of the 3rd quarter, see where you are near the end of that 3rd quarter. Then you're likely going to see substitutions coming into this ball game with the idea that you don't want anybody to get injured late in the contest that you're going to be relying on as a frontline starter as the regular season starts with conference play against Savannah State. That's just how quickly the complexion of this game has changed. Deep kick there by Haradon, just like we suspected. That's at the back of the end zone. And Tuskegee will have it. But likely what you're going to see here, Mark, is you're not going to see them try to stretch anything down the field. They're just going to sit on this and at least leave it at 37-0 going into the halftime. So we have seen how dangerous this Grambling team is. If Tuskegee stretches and throws an interception, you'll likely see them trying to pile on more.
Well, to your point about going into halftime in 3rd quarter, this is the point where coaches find out who the ball players are, because it's very easy to get demoralized at this point in the contest. We have an entire half of football to go.
Yeah. And Tuskegee, will keep it on the ground. Morris got some room left side. He breaks free. Flag coming at the back of the play. Johnny still circling back to the inside up to the 45-yard line. 17 seconds left. Let's check the flag, far side. Certainly comes at that spot where you think there may be a downfield hold by one of the receivers. Instead, it's a face mask against the Tigers of Grambling, so a benefit there for Tuskegee. Let's see if they're going to reset the clock once again, Mark.
But give credit to Johnny Morris on the cutback. That's one of the best runs we've seen all evening. Showed an excellent stride and vision to pick up that first down, tack on the 15 yards for the penalty, and suddenly Tuskegee is already in Grambling territory.
And Ryans now, it's got plenty of distance in terms of kicking. If they can get in, they got 17 seconds left after they reset the clock. A couple of sideline passes. If you don't get it in the end zone, you probably come out of this encouraged by a field goal.
Judging by the formation, it appears Tuskegee going to take another deep shot.
Yeah, you almost have to at this phase where you are on the field. So 1st and 10. Going toward the sideline. They got Stith there. Nice play there. He'll step out of bounds near the 31-yard line. Only took about 4 seconds on that play, so they may have 1 or 2 more looks before they're forced to try a field goal.
Once the marker is set, the clock will start to run.
Yeah, they're going to have to go toward the sideline, maybe save a second play. Tuskegee trying to get everybody set in the formation. Snap, pressure, stepping up, sliding toward the sideline now. Getting out of bounds inside of the 20. It's Robertson on the scramble left side. If it's true that there's 5 seconds left on the clock, we'll have to wait to see if they don't add any more. But this may be the point they want to try to bring Ryans in to try the field goal, or they may decide they want to go ahead and try to go for the end zone. It's like Coach James will take a timeout, and Tuskegee's going to talk about it with 5 seconds left. 5 seconds may give you enough time to take a shot, get a little bit closer at the sideline. Or you can take the mentality of, hey, we need more points than that. Let's take a gamble and go for the touchdown.
Given the difficulty that Tuskegee has had defending right up the middle on the field goal attempts, this is a bit of a sketchy call coming up.
Tuskegee ready to get back out on the field. And they are going to go with Ryans with a field goal here. Don't blame that strategy at all. You want some encouragement going into that locker room. If Lorcan can hit this one, it's going to be a 36-yard effort by Ryans. He can hit that, no question, as it relates to distance. It's just got to get a good hold up front and a good snap. 5 seconds left first half. Tuskegee trying to get something on the board before the intermission. Ryans from 36. Snap, it's clean. They got it down. He got it airborne. Plenty of distance. Is he true? Yes, he is. So Ryans, with no time remaining in this first half, puts Tuskegee on the scoreboard from 36 yards out. Some news, good news for Tuskegee. They got the score. They trailed 37-3. But something going into this break is certainly better than nothing. So the teams, looks like they're trying to stop Grambling from going off field, but they continue to push off. And Tuskegee still standing there at sideline. Let's see if this is Coach James down there talking to the officials near the 20, or?
I think both teams use the same runway, Charles, so they're just trying to keep them separated
going
into halftime up that short runway to the field house that's behind the end zone. They don't want, officials and coaches don't want any type of extra traffic going into halftime.
Nice call. All the strums we've seen in this first half, that's an excellent call on that. There is a one-way in, one-way out for the players. So.
Exactly.
So Tuskegee at the break, trailing at 37-3 to the Tigers of Grambling. This historic matchup.
It's interesting. The officials themselves are providing the buffer.
And we had an escort with the Highway Patrol detail here in Louisiana coming from our hotel to the venue. And they're in that melee as well, just trying to make sure they keep everybody separate and walking up there between the two teams. But at the break, it's decidedly in favor of the Tigers of Grambling. They lead it 37-3. We'll take a timeout here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
of flight to young people all across America, to inspire them to realize how they can rise above the situation they find themselves in, the adversity in their lives, and become contributing members of our society, then we'd encourage you, we'd invite you to come to our website at redtail.org and learn more about what we do.
At Tuskegee Airmen National Historic Site, there had been an infamous Army War College study which had come out. They claimed in the 1925 Army War College study that African Americans were cowards. They did not have the physical or the mental capacity to do anything like repair complicated machinery or be anything like pilots, that they were only good for menial labor, and even if they were to get in a war situation, they would just run. This was despite the fact that African Americans had fought in every war that America had ever been involved with, going back before the Revolutionary War. But I think this site and the other sites that we manage are important so that we don't forget our heritage, and so that we always remember that no matter what some may say that we can't do, we've proved in the past what we can do. And so I think that this site and the other sites that we manage shows what is possible, despite what might be arrayed against you at a particular time. And it's important that we keep these sites around to tell both our young people and other young people, as well as older people, what we have achieved and what's possible for us to achieve. There are no limits other than the limits you have in your mind.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
And welcome back, everybody. We're live inside the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University at the intermission. News not good for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Save the fact that they got that field goal before the first half expired, trailing it at the break 37-3 to the Tigers of Grambling State University. We'll see what kind of adjustments are made after the halftime. But joining us now at half, a familiar face from Golden Tigers basketball from last season, the year before that, head coach Benchy Taylor of Tuskegee men's basketball. Coach, as usual, brothers, always glad to see you.
It's always good to see you as well, Charles, and to talk about anything Tuskegee.
There you go.
Yeah.
I've gotten accustomed, and all I got to do is just open a microphone for you, and you're good to go.
Hey, anything Tuskegee, that's what I want to talk about. So the band just did a great job, and the football team's going to keep fighting.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're going to focus in on a little bit about Golden Tigers basketball
Yes,
into the offseason, kind of catches up to kind of what's transpiring in over the offseason. I know you've got some personnel changes and a lot of other things. Let's start with personnel.
Well, personnel changes, I hired Jameer Cheek. He was at Clinton College. Young, energetic coach, has a very, very bright future. Is paying dividends already for us. He was at Clinton College. They went to the Final Four in Christian College, that national championship. So he can recruit. Yeah, he's multifaceted. He's got a high skill level, skill set. So we're glad to have him. And then Devin Booker, a mainstay in our starting lineup since he's been there. Going to be my student assistant, and we're excited about that as well.
Well, what's your sense about Devin coming back to the program? He's as a student assistant, but I know he's closer in age to some of our players. Do you think that that's going to be an added factor in terms of what he can share with the players from that perspective, and also him having already played some professional ball, so he's bringing another dimension as well?
Yeah, no, he's going to be a coach. I don't want him to be their friend anymore. I want him to be able to coach and get after him a little bit. I told him, you got to break that bond. I know you were with these guys, and now it's changed hats, and he's done a good job of making the adjustment. And he's a great young man. I think he's going to be a heck of a coach.
It's interesting you say that, but he's at a crossroads as it relates to having played, but now having to learn this other side of it in terms of that split between player and coach.
Yeah, I went through it. I played at the University of Richmond and had a great career playing there. And then my last year, going into my senior year, Big Terrence said, "Hey, I want you to come back and be a graduate assistant next year." So I said, "Yeah, Coach Al." I thought coaching was easy. We played postseason 3 out of 4. So I said, "This is easy. Let me be a coach." So season ended. We went home for spring break. We played in the NCAAs. Went home for spring break. I came back. He called me in the office. "Okay, you need to start checking classes. You need to start doing this. You need to start monitoring study hall." I said, "Hey, coach, I started in August, right?" No, you start right now. So, and by the way, you can't date anybody on campus anymore.
Boy,
So Devin's had a year and a half. Like I had to jump right into it 2 weeks after they're not friends with these guys anymore. They're late. Tell me they're late. Not doing the right things. Let me know. So he threw me right in the fire, and I was glad he did that.
Well, we're all glad because the result is you're here at Tuskegee as a head coach. So
33 years later. Right?
Yeah, there you go.
Right.
We were talking about off-season personnel. Let's talk about recruiting and kind of what took place in the off-season for Golden Tigers.
We lost 2 players, but we brought in 3 grad transfer from Colorado College for 2 years of eligibility. We had Noah Goins sitting out this past year, 6'7" forward. He's really good. The grad transfer was 6'9", 16. Noah Goins is going to be a good forward for us. He's a wing. Then we signed R.J. Walker, Johnny Logo, which is a Division I JUCO. That's pretty good. And he comes in and helps us at the point guard position. We signed Mike Hodges. So we brought in 4 guys. Brought in the guys that come in December. And boy, Opsaint, 6'5" wing, really, really good. He needs to finish a core class.
What about returning from last year's squad?
Everybody returning except for Chris Richards, I'm sorry. And the guy from Booker T. Washington High School.
The nameless guy.
Those 2 aren't returning. Right.
Okay, so let's look ahead. We talked a little bit about the off season as it relates to what we got coming forward this year, schedule-wise. I know you got a really big thing we're talking about in the islands at the beginning of the year. Everybody's excited about that.
Everybody's excited, but it's going to be a business trip for us. We got a pretty mature group. Last year, not having the seniors, a lot of on these guys' shoulders, and I think they responded well. First semester, we were a little fragmented, but we got it back going. Our coaches intact. These guys are working really hard. Both my wings, both my guards were hurt all year. Anthony Pennington's with his hand down the middle. He opened it. He's a right-handed shooter, ball handler, so he had a big advantage on his hand all year. That hampered him, and then Kevin Sainsbury got 18 points after the first one playing Georgia Southwestern. Takes a deep dive moves. He wasn't right the rest of the year, but he still got destroyed. And we know Kasami Baker, he is who he is. He's just a beast down in the paint. And his game a little bit. So we got some good players returning, really good players returning. We got a good nucleus, but the guys have been incredible this fall so far. We can just keep that up and keep our focus up. I don't care if it's the Virgin Islands or Timbuktu, we just got to take care of business. And I think this is very mature and very serious minded about what we're trying to do.
Well, it sounds like you're excited about the new group that you have coming in. So in your assessment, would you say it's more of a rebuild year for us, or is it more just kind of adding to what we had last year?
Adding to what we had last year. We got three guys that can really score the ball. And then we got some other pieces that are really, really good, really solid. So I'm excited about where we are. I think everybody's going to accept their role. I think everybody's a team guy. It's important for us that we really didn't have that last year. Everybody's all about team. And they've matured, and it's still, we had a good year in the second semester. The first semester was hard. So we got some things we had to build on. These guys really have matured. And I think that we're going to have a lot more toughness than we had mentally and physical toughness. And that's what's needed to win this league. A good year. A lot of administration, a lot of things. If you win our league, you have to win it. You got to play the game.
When does it start for us? Who do we have?
November 8th and 9th, we're in the SIAC Gulf South Challenge. We play Union and Christian Brothers. And then we come back and who do we play? I think we play Albany State, I think it is. And then we play, and Atlanta has something to say in Atlanta again. We play Fairview State, who's a great program, out of the CIAA. We played them 2 years ago, beat them. I'm sure they're looking for revenge.
Sure.
That'll be a tough game. And then we play Georgia Southwestern. And then we go to we play Clark December 7th. And then we play in the Virgin Islands 13, 14, 15. And that's going to be a challenge for us as well. And we got some other stuff going with our schedule that I can't even speak on right now. But, and we're excited. Since I've been here, I try to give the guys a great experience and have them play a different scenario.
Sure.
So they can have something to tell their grandkids or whatever. Last year we played CP3 Hall of Fame gym.
Yeah, we were up there.
Yeah, it was a great event. And, fell short the first game, but won big the second game. So I'm excited about where we are. We're working. We're working how we're supposed to work. Right now, the energy level is good every day. The mood is good. The energy level is good every day. I haven't had to throw anybody out yet. So it's it's an exciting time for us.
Are you going to do the kind of a Midnight Madness thing to start the season off again this year?
Do that. We don't have a date. I got my Coach Penny. We're going to see about a date, but we definitely going to do that. It'll probably be sometime mid-October before we get too busy. We have walk-on times coming up. I've done that every year. The walk-ons I took 2 years ago, they stuck with me, and they're doing great for us. And, so we still like to have that kind of get the students a feel and see somebody else. So we got a couple of things coming up. We're working hard every day, and our coaches are intact. I feel really good about where we are.
Okay. We're all excited about coming just ahead. You know, we said like it was yesterday we finished, but we're right back in the front of it again.
I woke up one morning and the kids were coming back to school.
I know. It feels the same way.
And then, not having an assistant, I've been kind of on my own for a year.
Sure.
That was rough. Washing clothes, ordering food. It was rough. So I'm glad to have some help now and really distracted. You only have one assistant that person kind of goes down. Miss Buffett did a great job with that. Sure. Hire somebody in the screen. If it wasn't for that, I don't think we would have had as good a screen as we had. Mm-hmm. 16 guys on the team, so we need help. But, we're where we're supposed to be, and I think we'll have a good finish.
Well, we're going to be there with you on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. You know that.
I appreciate you. Everything you do.
Yes, sir, brother.
All the travel you do and the first class product you put on the thank you.
Well, we're going to continue.
My parents think they can't get to all the games. So.
Correct. That's exactly why we do it, so that they can get into it. Coach, good to see you, brother.
Good to see you.
Okay.
All right.
See if you can bring some luck to us in the second half.
Hey, look, we about to come back.
All right. Head Coach Vince Taylor.
We about to come back.
You heard it from him.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Shock the world, baby.
All right, Coach. We're going to do that in basketball for sure. Thanks for joining us, brother. Okay. Head Coach Vince Taylor of Tuskegee basketball joining us here at the intermission. Looking forward to all the basketball action from Tuskegee, as that season's just upon us here shortly. Right now, we're at a 37-3 deficit for Tuskegee as we get set to start the second half. Tuskegee with a big mountain to climb against the FCS opponent, the Tigers of Grambling State University. We'll see what they can do after the timeout. They notched a field goal just before the break. We'll see if that's any level of energy that can help them carry into the second half of play from Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium. Mark, Tuskegee got that field goal. Now a lot of work to see what kinds of adjustments. And you start talking about the adjustments, it's really difficult to really determine where they have to start. I think one of the things is you got to protect the football more in the second half.
You just said the magic word. The simple thing is don't turn it over. Tuskegee really struggled in the first half with 3 first-half turnovers. Like last week, they only amassed a total of 50 yards rushing for the entire first half. We saw some drives where Tuskegee was able to get into rhythm, start feeling good about themselves, only to find that offense break down because of turnovers. And Grambling, on its side, they've had nearly 98 yards in penalties themselves. So if not for those penalties, this could be a lot worse.
Indeed. So Tuskegee will have the football to start the second half of play. See if they can pick up where they left off at the break. They got the field goal from Larkin Ryans. And they'll send that offense out there first in the second half. Just checking to see if you had your phone there, Mark. I know Coach Taylor was up in here. I didn't know if he picked it up or not. Anyway, Paradine with the kick. He drives that one to the back of the end zone, and the second half's underway. Tuskegee will have the football to start after the kick. Touchback by Paradine on the kick. Reminder that Tuskegee's off next weekend with football, but we will have the Coach Aaron James show live for you from Bob's Restaurant in Tuskegee. That's Monday night at 6 o'clock. New dimension to it this Monday is that we'll have the ability for you who are there in the restaurant to ask questions of Coach James. Just kind of get an insight to some of the things he's thinking about as we go into the off week getting prepared for Savannah State on the 21st. So Tuskegee now starting the second half. Robertson on the ground. Gives it to Morris. Johnny wrapped up behind the line of scrimmage. Good search there by Grambling at the right side of their defense. Tuskegee going left to right here in this third quarter. The wind has died considerably, but it's nighttime, and as you referenced, Mark, in the pregame, getting a little bit cooler here.
Some of the fans on the near sideline, the Grambling home sideline, are deciding it's a little bit too cool.
Yeah, and they're thinking a little bit comfortable, too, with the lead. But anything can happen in a football game. Robertson ball fake. He'll roll it right side. Now shoots it back to the inside, but threw it behind Brigman, who was cutting across the middle for an incompletion.
Early in this third quarter, we already have a big third down call coming up for the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee, deep in their own territory.
And it's a 3rd and 11 mark. Just underway, 14-19 left in the third. Glad you could stay with us here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Charles Ward, Mark Lassiter with the call. Back in our remote studios, Marcus Burnett, and the flag pass thrown up the sideline, and this one's converted. Brigman beat the defense, and a perfect touch pass there by Christopher Robertson to get it to him downfield.
A pass when he needed to have it. Perfect play designed to the sideline. Tuskegee picks up a huge first down.
And reflect on that, because we talked about that in the first half. We had a big third down series, and Robertson got that one with his legs on that run left side. But here, with the touch pass down the sideline, they moved the chains.
When Robertson gets his feet set and is decisive, he does an excellent job of finding his receivers in stride.
That's a good vibe. That's a Vibe Restaurant first down for Tuskegee at the 49 of the Tigers of Grambling. So Robertson handling all the snaps in this football game. So far, no indication that Bell will not be available as one of the two quarterbacks. As Morrison handles on the inside, and Morris got it up to about the 47, not much more.
Tuskegee hasn't had much success in the middle of the Grambling defensive line all evening.
Yeah, they had to go inside just to kind of keep respect for the corners, but your point is right, Mark. Not a whole lot of positive yardage from there. This one shot out in the flats, catch made there near the 43-yard line. And that grab was made to make out that number for Tuskegee. I believe that's Davis or Garmin the catch on that one for Tuskegee. Far side of the football field. That'll make it third down. And they're shooting up top again. Got behind the coverage. This one batted away at the last moment. They're trying to get it downfield to Stith. Stith covered downfield by Ken Pierre Charles, the redshirt junior. And Stith having to wait a little bit for that football to catch up with him. That allowed Charles to cover on the defense.
Stith had a step, showed an excellent burst going deep downfield about the 15-yard line. Got some separation, actually. That pass was accurate, but great coverage deep downfield for Grambling.
But they had a flag on that play, Mark, against Grambling. And Tuskegee will be able to keep that football. They'll move it up to the 27-yard line on a fresh set of downs.
Grambling's gone over the century mark in penalties on that last call.
So Tuskegee with a 1st and 10 now. And the football at the 28. They're going to flatten, throw it right across the middle. Brigman with the catch. Nice design play there by Tuskegee. Robertson with the pass to Brigman, and he's able to get it down near the 11 for another first down.
Brigman on a nice delay crossing pattern to the middle of the field. Picks up another first down for the Golden Tigers.
At the 12 is where they mark it. Tuskegee, opening drive of the third. On the ground, they give it to Morris. Morris got some room with a block on the outside. Johnny slots it back to the inside. Did he get in? Touchdown, Tuskegee. Yeah, he got in. Got it right at the pylon at the corner after a good block on the wide out to spring him on the inside.
Tuskegee with a huge opening drive coming out of the locker room and scoring 6 on the big run to complete that scoring drive.
That's exactly what they needed coming out of that break. A sustained drive down the field, got the benefit of a penalty from Grambling on that possession, but took care of business themselves to get that 6. Morris right side for the touchdown. His second score of the season for Tuskegee. Larkin Ryan's got some movement outside. Larkin with the kick.
Grambling was offside.
Yeah, he knocked it through there. You can see that one just at our vantage point. So that gets the Crimson Piper marching band on the far side of the field started here in the second half. Tuskegee going to wave that penalty off, and they'll take that extra point by Ryans. And the score now 37-10. 12:25 left in the third. Turn our attention now to that Tuskegee defense.
So you know I'm not one for revisionist history, but what a difference it would have made if this were a 23-10 ball game. The two late scores by Grambling, one on the turnover and the other on the long pass play. You have to wonder sometimes what this might have been. 23-10 looks a whole lot better than 37-10.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you talked about it in that first half. You can help yourself in a lot of scenarios if you don't do things to prevent you from playing the game as cleanly as possible.
And the small things. It's that pickup of that third down that was about 2 yards shy because of a pass that was a bit behind the receiver.
Yeah. Also got to think about that fumble recovery opportunity that Tuskegee had where two linemen were right there on it. Instead of trying to just dive on it and cover it, trying to pick it up and run, and gave that football right back over to Grambling.
It's always the details.
Yeah, sure, the small things. Yeah, just like life itself. 37-10, Grambling still with the lead, but Tuskegee impressive after the intermission, coming out with a drive to score.
Give credit to Tuskegee's Golden Tigers. They could have easily come out in the third quarter hanging their heads. I was watching the team as they were coming down the hill to our right out of the locker room after halftime. They didn't come walking down. They came jogging down, and that was a good sign in positive body language. When they took the field for the third quarter, they were ready to play.
And that's a good sign from what they got from the coaches in the locker room, that this is a never quit scenario. You keep playing, and good things will happen to you if you stay in it.
Well, especially playing on the road.
And we talked about this, trying to preface this as kind of a historic matchup. It's only the fourth time that these teams have met. Two of the most prolific HBCU programs in the country. Tuskegee, the winningest HBCU with 714 wins overall. And Tuskegee, along with that, has 31 SIAC titles and 12 national titles to their locker. And Grambling on the other side, 27 SWAC titles for them and 15 national titles. And you just talk about one, Cleve Abbott, the head coach for Tuskegee for so many years, 200-plus wins there. And then the legendary Eddie Robbins from Grambling. There's really no matching him.
You know, to your point, this might not be a bad early season series to revitalize and make it a regular stop on the schedule for both squads.
Good call on that. Yeah. This one could definitely probably sustain itself in a classic environment as well.
Absolutely.
Ryans, he'll kick it. Have a return here. It'll be Belazar trying to get to the middle of the field and has his legs clipped from under him at the 15-yard line, and a couple of flags coming in at the back of that play.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Grambling special teams penalized once again. They've been very sloppy so far this evening.
Two flags there. Got a holding call, and the first one, like you indicated, Mark, is going straight against Grambling. Yeah, they had a total of just 6 penalties in that first ball game, but they have surpassed that one in this one.
Well, it's okay to be aggressive, but Grambling's special teams, especially on their return team, they play with a bit of a kamikaze attitude. It's like, we're just going to go for it. We don't care. And they've been penalized several times. And in the first half, we saw a few near scuffles break out as a result of that over-aggressiveness.
Yeah, they get hit with another one here. That'll push them back near the 12-yard line to start this drive. Crowley's still in there calling signals for Grambling. And he'll get the snap, but he hands it off and just ran it right into a Tuskegee surge.
David Thompson Jr. for Tuskegee, the linebacker, shot his gap, made a tremendous play in the Grambling backfield for a 4-yard loss.
Hargrove, the target there, and Tuskegee wrestling him to the ground at the 4-yard line. Good defensive work by the Golden Tigers. A couple more of these, and they can get this football back with some good field position.
I want to know what they fed him at halftime.
In the end zone, high snap, whistles, flags at the line of scrimmage.
I think you can get
another 5 here. Yeah.
Get Grambling on this.
Yeah, they'll push him back half the distance, about to the 2. Yeah, coming from Crowley at quarterback. So back-to-back assessments now.
Now here's when it gets a little bit interesting. Grambling in the shadow of its own end zone at the 2-yard line.
To see if Tuskegee can dial up a safety here. Boy, that'd be really big. Crowley in the end zone, another high snap, ball fake, fires it out in the flats. They got a man over there trying to get it upfield. Good open field tackle, but Tuskegee missed on the first. Now they trip him up at the 6. They had him down after about a yard pickup, but slipping through that on the route was Belazar.
Like linebacker Javon Miller had that first crack on the sideline. As it stands, Grambling is still with a 3rd and about 12 coming up on this next play call, going to this spread formation.
Important thing for Tuskegee, they just got to prevent them from getting this first here. It's all right to give them some, but stop them short of the sticks. Get that football back. 10:54 left in the 3rd. 37-10 Tuskegee trails. Crowley at the end zone with the snap. High snap, pressure at the corner. They're going up top, one-on-one out there. Pass overthrown. They were going back up top, just streaking a receiver down the field, but defensive coverage by Tuskegee was spot on there. So Tuskegee is forced to punt by Grambling.
Once again, Michael King deep downfield on coverage for Tuskegee. Grambling will be punting from its own end zone.
Still a chance here for a possible block.
The punter for Grambling set up about 1 yard inside the back line of the goal line.
That's Johnny Schifano. And he'll hit it about the middle of the end zone. They were coming at it. He got it away. Fair catch called for at the 44-yard line. So Tuskegee on the Grambling side of the football field to start this possession. So the Golden Tiger defense does its job after the offense on its first possession scores. And now they're in good field position with perhaps a back-to-back touchdowns if they can execute that offense.
Well, playing personality is an interesting subject. Grambling, with the huge lead, may have come out just a little bit relaxed in this 3rd quarter. Tuskegee, surprisingly, has come out very aggressive. They get their second possession, and they're thinking with 10:35 in the 3rd quarter, let's see if we can get into the end zone again and make this a ball game.
Indeed. I think you're right. That's been the difference between the return here in the second half. Robertson's got some time. Now looking back to the other side of the field. He'll have to run it. Slides it back to the middle. Good decision by him. Got a couple of positive yards out of that after being strung out toward the sideline.
Tuskegee was trying to go deep downfield. Yeah. Roderick McGee, who was trying to get open about the 20-yard line. They only had 2 players in the pattern that time.
Yeah, and all of that was on the other side of the field, on the left side of the field. Tuskegee going left to right, and Robertson rolling to the right. Finally tucked it down, got 2 on the carry up to the 42. Play clock working its way to 7. There's a snap. They'll keep it on the ground. Leverett trying to bang his way forward in that middle and just being pulled by the will of that line up front by Tuskegee. Terrence Jordan just grabbing his jersey and just pulling him forward.
What could have been a 3rd and long with that forward thrust of the offensive line of Tuskegee is now a 3rd and manageable 2 yards to go.
Yeah, Jordan, part of that duo from Lane that transferred into Tuskegee. Just willing that play. He just grabbed the jersey of Leverett and just pulled him forward. 3rd and 2 from the 35 now. 9-10 remains in the 3rd. Snap. Pass floated high and incomplete. My, oh my. Had enough for the first down, too. A couple of times we've seen that in a ball game where Robertson's just overshot the receiver. And there, Stith, behind the marker, as you're told to do as a receiver, but the pass thrown high, and he was open. Golden chance there, just missed by Tuskegee. After such an impressive start. Now Ryan's on to punt it away. Maybe too early to fake one here. Snap, they got it clean. Larkin with a flat kick, but it'll go down and bounce into the end zone. Hit it about the 2, took a forward roll into the end zone. So Grambling will have the football. 8:56 left in the third. Tuskegee scoring on his first drive after the intermission. Had it here on this possession, and they stalled on that third down effort. When you talk about revisionist history, that's real review of this past possession. How big would it have been for Tuskegee? They can convert on that third down play there. A very manageable situation, 2 3rd and 2.
That's a long throw, though, Charles. When you're looking at picking up 2 yards, that deep throw to the sideline, I'm not sure about that one. He's struggled with that. That's about a 30-yard throw that you really got to have the arm strength to make that accurately, because Grambling actually had decent coverage on the wing.
Well, you think about it, and I don't know if this was in the mindset of Coach Williams, the offensive coordinator, or not, but the times you tried to get short yardage with passes across the middle, that's where you've thrown the 2 interceptions.
Well, Tuskegee has skilled running backs. Wouldn't be surprised to see them try to run more circle routes out of the backfield as opposed to just trying to go to the wide receivers.
Yeah, we've seen some success with that. So they got 1 or 2 into the hands of Mars coming out of the backfield. And that's what you want to do. You want to get it to these speedsters with a chance for them to make a play. And we thought that was the case with the pass to Stith, but Stith actually had to turn his back square toward Robertson looking for that pass. And it was high. And Stith does not stand very tall as a player anyway. And Tuskegee just not able to convert there.
Well, while we have a minute also, I know you were busy during halftime, but I really enjoyed the Tuskegee Golden Pipers making a great showing here in Grambling, Louisiana, preceding the Grambling Tiger Marching Band, which we know is world famous.
And let's not forget that Crimson Marching Band is an award-winning band. They were just in Houston a few weeks ago and came away with a nice representation of Tuskegee and a check. So I know President Dr. Mark Brown, who's a former member of the Crimson Piper Marching Band, was proud of that. And everywhere they go, they represent well. Yep.
They really do.
And you like to see that, because that's such a symbiotic relationship between the athletics department and the marching band. A.D. Ruffin just really trying to embrace them and have that embrace be reciprocated, because this, the first time around when A.D. Ruffin first got here at Tuskegee, he made a financial contribution to the band. And this time around, the band recognizing him for his support of athletics with a nice recognition of him before the season actually got started.
You already know what the HBCU asset test is for bands. If you can go into a visiting team, another team's arena, and get a round of applause, you've done your job.
You've done your job, right? Absolutely. On the ground, Grambling, they keep it, and that'll be Bradford carrying the football. Now, likely what you're going to see out of Grambling is they lead at 37-10. Without an extraordinary push from Tuskegee, Grambling's is going to try to take the air out of this football and try to run off as much time as they can. May compromise a little bit about the game downfield in terms of the long spread offense and passing. But we'll have to see. Always a level of respect amongst these coaches that once you get a comfortable enough space, you want to start playing some reserve players, but you don't want to run it up on anybody either. But not even at that point of this part of the game. Crossing route there, catch made on the turn. And that's Howard with another grab for the Tigers of Grambling. He scored earlier in that first half with a touchdown with a run after a catch. And there picked up about 4, so it's another third down situation here for Grambling.
I have a second nomination for Alabama Power Play of the Game right here on this big third down call.
Let's see, yeah. Third down coming here. Crowley going to take a drop, hit from behind. This one floats around and incomplete. All right. And Crowley took a hard hit there. See if he's up and okay. He got rattled a bit there. Tuskegee brought the house, and they knocked him to the surface, and they'll force the punt.
Give credit to defensive end Mason Hall of Tuskegee got the shot in on Crowley's back just as he was releasing that pass.
So it was a big third down. You called it. We're going to call that the Alabama Power Play of the TU Play of the Day.
It can be on defense.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely. See what it results in now after they make the big third down stop on that Alabama Power TU Play of the Day. As Stefano to punt it away now. Line drive kick, fair catch called for by Stith, and at the 37-yard line of the other end of the field. Good punt there by Schifano for Grambling. Tuskegee will not have bad field position to start here, though.
Grambling special teams got off the field without a penalty on that last
Okay,
occasion.
yeah, things looking up for them, right? Yeah, they had a lot of them in that first half. So you got to know that's kind of what Coach Joseph and his staff was talking about at halftime. Is that, hey, you guys have got to minimize some of these penalties that you're getting here in this football game. Not looking beyond this game, but you can clean things up right here as you go into the second half. 7:33 remains in the third. Tuskegee's already scored one touchdown here in the third quarter to start things off. They trail it 37-10 to the Tigers of Grambling.
The good news for Tuskegee is that they broke into double digits. It looks a lot better on the scoreboard.
Sure.
When you've got double digits as opposed to single digits.
Tuskegee off next weekend, but for the Tigers of Grambling, they got a tough one on hand, and they go to Texas A&M next weekend. So these early parts of the football season, a lot of teams get placed on rosters or schedules of teams that are higher in terms of their divisional standings to try to help revenue-wise from the schools. And Texas A&M, that's where Grambling's headed next.
Well, that's quite an environment for football. Texas A&M, at last check, they seat about 75,000 plus. They've been expanding that stadium gradually.
Sure.
To really step up with the big boys. It gets loud there at College Station.
Well, Grambling will be right into the throes of it next weekend. Meanwhile, Golden Tigers will be getting set for Savannah State coming to Cleveland Memorial Stadium on the weekend of the 21st, be the first home ball game. Of course, we'll have the coverage for you on the Golden Tigers Sports Network. Full-throated coverage with video as well for that home opener. With that pregame show, try to do a lot of interesting things there to integrate so many elements of that Tuskegee home football game environment. And we'll be right there in the middle of it. Tuskegee, one of the schools in the Division II level that draws attendance, leads in attendance almost every year, up in the top echelons of attendance. We talked about it last weekend, just a program that just attracts as a magnet for followers because of that rich tradition and as it continues. 7:33 left in the third. Robertson at quarterback, joined by a couple of backs there with him. Morris, one of them. And I think back there with him as well is Leverett. They'll run it on the ground. Morris to the right side, inside of that Grambling bench, knocked to the surface. And he'll come back up after he got it past the 45. Put him down near the 46.
Morris goes 5'9", 180, but he runs heavy. I like his style. His pads, he didn't go out of bounds that time. He's fighting defenders the entire way.
Sure, that's what you want to see. Yeah. It's like a pretty big leg capacity down there and strength of those legs. Picked up a big 7-8 yards on that carry. On the ground, they go back to the inside. This time Leverett handling the football. And Desmond got it up near that first down marker. 6:48 left in the third. Tuskegee, nice little punch on the inside by Leverett there. It'll be about a yard shy. So here comes a big third down play here for Tuskegee. The last possession, not able to convert on that third. Let's see what they do with just one remaining to keep the sticks. Leverett in the backfield with Robertson. Play clock at 10. Robertson steps up to the line and now settles in that pistol. Forward snap. They got it on the ground. Leverett slides back to the inside. It's going to be tough all in there.
I don't think he got it.
Yeah. Tuskegee seemingly just not on sequence with that play before it even took place. Everybody trying to find their place on the field. And, yeah, they lost a yard on that play.
Just not able to carve out any space in the middle of the field. Grambling loaded up on the inside and just outmanned Tuskegee.
But right here with 5:52 left in this third quarter, Tuskegee on fourth, showing they're going to go for it. Robertson looking toward the sideline. They may be trying to get Grambling to jump, showing a couple of levels of discipline, undiscipline in that first half, seeing if he can't get them to pull offside. But instead now timeout taken by Coach James and the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. Comes with 5:36 remaining in the third quarter. Comes with Grambling leading at 37-10 over the Golden Tigers. And we'll take a break here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Timeout, fumble of the return, but it's gathered in by the return man for the Tigers of Grambling. Robinson lost it momentarily on the punt, able to dive on it. So with 5:28 left, Tuskegee took that timeout on that fourth down play. Obviously their mark, they're trying to see if they could set it up to see if Grambling would jump. But Grambling did not, and then after the timeout, Ryan's punting it away, and Tuskegee back to defense.
I'm not one for moral victories, but I am proud of this Tuskegee defense this evening. They've had an uphill climb, and I would bet you that they're going to take pride in this second half. Grambling had 37 points at the half, and they still have 37 points. Tuskegee's going to be wiping the slate clean on defense and saying, let's see if we can play them even.
Nice call. Nice call. That's what was Coach James's thought throughout the week, and then talking about it on the coach's show on Monday, is that, hey, we're coming in here with a mindset that we can win. And we're not going to just take a secondary role of saying, hey, we're just here for a moral victory playing against a team like Grambling. It's coming in with the idea we can put something together that we can contend and perhaps beat this team.
So we know football is a game of 4 quarters. In the third quarter, Tuskegee is leading 7-0.
Oh, there you go. You don't look for moral victories, but you take them where you can find them. That's right.
You take one step at a time. So Tuskegee is thinking, okay, let's put the first half behind us. Let's start this third quarter and see if we can go toe-to-toe with one of the best schools in the SWAC.
5:28 left in the third. 37-10 lead for Grambling. Timeout on the football field.
The reason I mentioned that, Charles, is that the season, even though we have games that separate one week from another, it's really a continuum. Tuskegee wants to build momentum going into the bye week and going into the home opener at Savannah State. This second half will be an interesting measure.
Indeed. You can come away with this more confidence going into conference play against the Tigers of Savannah. On the ground, that's a keeper, right side. This time it was Dijon Bailey replacing quarterback Miles Crawley in their lineup. And you know that was a bellwether wake-up call for them, because in that last possession, Crawley took that hard hit at the end of that possession, and they quickly decided, hey, let's get him out of there.
We've got a big lead. No need to risk our all-SWAC quarterback.
Indeed. Sometimes the action on the field will tell you when it's time to pull them out. And eking ahead there on the right side on the carry. That's going to be close to that first down marker.
Slow getting up for Tuskegee on that last play. Defensive back Tyrone Franklin looks like he's grabbing at that hamstring.
It's Bradford on that carry for Grambling. And it looks like the mark's going to be enough to give them a first down. Yeah, it will be. And you see the timeout taken and an injured player down for Tuskegee at the 47. Looks like it's one of the defensive backs for Tuskegee. But they're able to get him up and head him toward the sideline. Yeah, For Tuskegee, that's going to be Tyler Smith, the sophomore. Tyler with a good first half of football for Tuskegee on a couple of tackles. He goes toward the sideline. Doesn't seem to be favoring any limb to any degree. Walking off under his own power. Marcus Jeter, the trainer for Tuskegee. Man, that's one of the hardest working guys on that campus. Every sport, he's there. 1st and 10 for Grambling. They'll keep it on the ground, sliding right side, looking for some room. There's Hargrove with the football for the G-men, and he got it up near the 35-yard line. That'll bring up 2nd down for Grambling now. We're down to 4:19 left in the 3rd. Had a lot of rain here in the Grambling area before we got here on yesterday, Wednesday and Thursday.
Perfect day for football.
Sure. Nice and cool. Pass out in the flats. This one incomplete. Trying to get it to Hargrove out in space. Pass thrown slightly in front and incomplete. So that'll bring up 3rd down here. Tuskegee with a chance here again to shut down that Grambling offense and get that football back. DJ Bailey, the quarterback, the junior from Pearl, Mississippi. He will take the snap. Short drop by him. Backside pressure. They flush him up the middle. He eludes, and he's got enough for a 1st down on a big streak up the middle. Bailey takes a hard hit, but it's on the other side of the 50, down at the 47-yard line of Tuskegee. Bailey, quick decision to tuck it and run. And showed a blaze of speed there up the middle.
Tuskegee brought Tyler Wells, defensive end, off his corner position. He had a shot at the quarterback, but just overran him.
Yeah, early in that play, did have a great shot to pull him down. On the ground, right side, with some space, and sliding through. 2nd wave of that defense is Bradford on the carry for Grambling. 3:19 left in the 3rd. And you referenced being proud of that Tuskegee defense, but you're getting at this stage of the ball game now. A little bit of weariness might be laying in.
Previous play for Tuskegee on defense, that was one of the few breakdowns we've seen all night, Charles.
3:02 left in the 3rd. This direction, Bailey going to pitch it at the last moment, trying to get it to Bradford. He's chased out of bounds near the 32.
And let me define breakdown for a second. Tuskegee has schemed against this Grambling offense very well. You haven't seen very many missed tackles or players taking bad angles. That time, Tuskegee just seemed to overrun the play. We have another player down for Grambling.
Yeah, this time one on the lineman down near the 37-yard line. Looks like they have timeout called on the field, or at least they're attending to the injured player. Tuskegee going to the sideline. Let's see if we can't make out a number here. But they're being careful about the player. I think he's favoring his left leg. And they're keeping him down for safety purposes at this point. Already had to have one player carted off in that first half.
There have to be at least 7 trainers and medical staff on the field for Grambling around the player.
2:53 left in the 3rd. 37-10 lead for Grambling over Tuskegee. While they'll attend to him, let's take a quick time out on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
After the timeout here at Robinson Stadium, a flag coming in on that play as Grambling on a second effort by the running back got it inside of the 20, and now they're just pushing the pack all the way down on the 5, but we're going to check the flags out near the 40-yard line. Likely this play coming back.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, Charles, given the nature of the play, to see a face mask called as the runner was twisting and turning, grabbing, and surprisingly came out of the pack.
Well, you got half of that one right, Lass. It was a face mask call, but it went against Grambling.
Win a few, you lose a few.
Hey, well, I took my chance. That one will take them back the other way.
That's got to put Grambling close to 150 yards in penalties this evening.
You expect that perhaps in the first game of the season, not the second. Yeah, they have been whammied with the penalties in this football game. That'll push them back to their own 44-yard line. Clock running here, 2:19 left in the third.
With the backup quarterback in for Grambling, wouldn't be surprised to see some ball handling errors for the Tigers.
Bailey, a freshman, inserted in. He'll take the snap, trying to set a screen. They do, but that one's blown up by Tuskegee. Good defensive play there. Tuskegee all over that one. Stop made by Charles Davis Jr., the redshirt senior from Pensacola.
Tuskegee is known for its linebackers, and Charles Davis Jr. picking up on the tradition.
Nice open field tackle. And that'll bring up third now for the G-men. Football now at the 39-yard line. A minute 30 left in the third.
Grambling burning a lot of the play clock in between plays.
Yeah, I'm sure that's pretty deliberate on their behalf. Trying to run as much time off as they can. And even from this one, looks like they're going to take a timeout. And Grambling took it there with a minute 13 left. Yeah, you know, their sense is, let's get some substitute personnel in here and let's run some plays. We don't have, if we're forced to have to execute something downfield, we will. So we want to try to keep it in as much as we can in the middle of the field, in the middle of the line, and just run some time. And if we're successful getting first downs, that's exactly where we want to be.
So although Grambling has pulled its starting quarterback, Tuskegee's defense has done an excellent job this entire third quarter of containing Grambling and shutting them out so far.
Yeah, you're right. That defense is always so steady for the Golden Tigers. Speaking of steady, chance for us to shout out to our producer and director, Lisa Burnett and Marcus Burnett, for the great job they're doing with the coverage of Golden Tigers sports of Tuskegee Athletics. Just able to bounce the coverage to a different level and just really appreciate the professionalism that they bring to our production of Tuskegee Athletics. There's a snap. Bailey in the pocket. Got some time. Sheffield got a man perfectly in stride. Catch made down the field by Belazar, who got behind the secondary coverage of Tuskegee.
If not for the tackle by Noah Holton of Tuskegee, that play could have gone for a few more yards. Holton did an excellent job of running down the receiver from behind.
And Bailey, the freshman, boy, he looked an awful lot like Crawley on that pass, just in stride, leading the receiver perfectly. So that'll make it fourth down. They had so much to go on that third down effort, but they did get it in enough range to try to bring in Harradine to try a 55-yard field goal here for the Tigers. He's hit from 45 or 50 this season. Got it down, but this one blocked at the line of scrimmage. Tuskegee got in there and got a hand on it. Good job there to deny even the 55-yard effort by Harradine. So your reference to the defense continues, Lassiter. Good job of them by standing up there on that play.
Excellent pressure by Tuskegee right up the middle on that last field goal attempt. As you know, those long attempts, the ball has to be kicked at a lower trajectory. Tuskegee took advantage.
20 seconds left in the third. Tuskegee just trying to hang in there and make this as respectable as they can. Good job there to block that one. They'll get the football back. Like to see this offense kind of inch things up and do a sustained drive. They've gone into a couple of situations on drives where they just stalled on a third down effort when they had some solid penetration, but just not able to push it all the way through for a score, save for the first one to start the second half.
And Tuskegee showing that extra spread formation, 3 wide receivers to the left.
Contrast to what we're seeing from Grambling, trying to keep it in the middle of the field. Tuskegee has to spread things out. This time Robertson going to go up under center. Bregman in motion. They'll give it to him on a reverse. Bregman looking for space, cuts it up the middle, turned inside and got it down to the 35-yard line. And the clock running, likely our last play of the third quarter. Tuskegee trying to line it up for no huddle. They won't get this one off, though, before we go into the fourth. So the run by Bregman takes it to the 35. The officials finally stepping in, recognizing the clock has expired. And that'll take us into the fourth. Tuskegee, 1 quarter remaining. A lot of work ahead, trailing at 37-10. Take a break here on the Golden Tiger Sports Network.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery, elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.
Back live here at Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium on the campus of Grambling State University, Grambling, Louisiana. Fourth quarter we go. Tuskegee trailing 37-10. Charles Ward, Mark Laster with the call on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Glad you can stay with us for our coverage here from Louisiana.
This is the last time I'm going to say this. I can't help but go back to those 2 late scores by Grambling in the second quarter. We went from 23 to 37 points in probably the space of 2 minutes.
Absolutely. Yeah, that put a whole different element to this game that particularly when you weigh in what Tuskegee has done after the intermission. Well, you're talking about a nip and tuck football game then, because right now they're being held right where they started.
And you know, what's funny about the 2 scores, one was understandable on the big play. The turnover was the killer for Tuskegee. The fumble and the return for the touchdown.
Be interesting to get the comments of Coach James on Monday at Vibes Restaurant for the coaches show, talking about those 2 plays or the switch, game changer right there at the end of that first half.
And I'm sure that he's taking notes on how this team plays the fourth quarter of this ball game.
Get ready to start it. Football at the 36-yard line. Tuskegee with it. Robertson joined in the backfield by Johnny Morris. Three up top. Tuskegee going right to left in this final 15 minutes. They swing a man in motion. That's Garmin and a whistle at the line of scrimmage. Boy, not the way you wanted to start this if this is going against Tuskegee. Flag coming in there, 2 of them actually.
Not coming out of the timeout to get a delay call.
Indeed.
It's the last thing you want.
That's exactly what they got. That'll push them back 5. Yeah, you want to be clicking on that in terms of your start of the 4th quarter. So from the 31 now, 1st and 15. Garmin in motion on the ground. Spun out of that hole. Morris started left side but took a hard hit. They pushed him back to the interior. Not sure if he picked up any yardage on that one at all. So no gain on that play by Morris on the inside. Took a hard hit at the end of that play. Second and 15. Movement up front. Flags coming in there now. That's going to likely go against Grambling. Jumped inside that interior. So Tuskegee gave up 5 on the delay. Now it looks like Grambling's going to give it right back on the offside. So they'll get those 5 back, and that'll make it 2nd down and 10 now for Tuskegee. 14:24 left here in the contest.
Smart play by LeBron Merriweather, the center for Tuskegee. He took a shot that pushed him backwards after that play, showed enough poise not to retaliate.
Indeed. A lot of times players think that's a cheap shot and try to get right back in there on it.
As a matter of fact, it was.
It's just how you respond. Robertson, right side, floats it up top, trying to get it out there in space over the head of the intended receivers, trying to get it there to McGee. But McGee not able to run that one down. Robertson just, in terms of the touch pass, is just not where he needs to be.
Also, to your point, when Robertson rolls right, he's got to decide whether to throw that ball while he's on the run or plant and throw. He's not as accurate when he's trying to throw on the run.
Yeah, he's floating them. That's what he did on that one. We've seen that a couple times in the first half as well. 3rd and 10. 3 up top for Robertson. Now they break it with a man in motion. Screen play, they're trying to set it upfield. Got a man there behind the defense. That worked well. Got it in the hands of the receiver. Looks like that's Garmin down the field. Oh, no, that's Johnny Morris coming out of the backfield there down that sideline.
Well, that route is something that Tuskegee's had some success with, finding space in that shallow zone of Grambling.
So Morris able to sit down in a perfect spot and run it for the 1st down. So football on the Grambling side of the field now. Delayed handoff, Morris, and he runs into the traffic, tries to bounce it to the outside. Found some success there, looking for a block at the corner. Johnny tripped up near the 34-yard line. Good enough for the TU 1st down.
Classic making something out of nothing.
Yep.
Morris went to the middle of the pack, kept his feet, bounced it to the outside, to the sideline, picks up a huge 1st down for Tuskegee.
Good run there by him. You're right. The recognition was there. Ran into that packed wall in the middle. Found the space outside.
Well, you got to have enough speed also to get to the corner and pick up that 1st down.
That's a good call, and he did.
You ran a long way.
At 35 is where they mark it. This time Leverett in the backfield with Robertson. Stith in motion. Up the field they're going. Got a man one-on-one. Must him again, though. Had him wide open behind the defense on a flare pattern right side. Beat the defense. But Robertson just got to find that touch on that pass.
Just a bit impatient and a bit rushed on that last throw. He had what he wanted with the receiver sprinting open at about the 10-yard line. Just about 2 yards too long.
Yeah. He was trying to get it downfield there to Leverett, who was back behind the defense, but just not able to float it in there to him. And again, you think about as many missed opportunities as Tuskegee's had in that pass scenario. If you can clean that up and start converting on those, a totally different offensive look. Robertson in the pocket. They'll flush him right side. Raises, fires in traffic, almost threw it away. And this one's incomplete. Had two defenders with a chance to pick it. Was trying to get it beyond them to Brigman. Dangerous pass on the run right side.
Robertson is sprinting to the sideline. And again, he released that pass while he was in the air.
Sure.
And didn't have the accuracy that he wanted with double coverage for Grambling in the vicinity.
That's to your point. If you're able to just stop and plant, you likely can convert that pass.
The only player I've seen able to throw on the run accurately is Joe Namath.
Yeah, that's true. He had that ability.
He had touch.
Yeah.
And he had
Maybe
accuracy.
Montana, too. Maybe to some degree.
I'll give you that.
Yeah. On the keeper. Robertson now going to float it to the end zone. Going to have a flag on this one for sure. No flag. There was a lot of contact there near the 3-yard line. The receiver bumped once or twice there. And no flag right there in front of the official.
That was surprising.
Yeah, Cooper was down the sideline and got bumped twice on that one. Actually bumped to the surface in the end zone.
You can see the coaches on the Tuskegee sideline, arms spread, begging for a call.
Like that's got to be a call, right? Not in Louisiana. 4th down, Tuskegee going to go for it here. They got to get it to the 26 to keep the football. Leverett joins Robertson in the backfield. 3 receivers, bottom of the screen. They'll look that way. Here comes the pressure. Now Robertson's going to be flush right side, backside pressure. Now he unloads. Middle of the field. Catch going to be made there. Is it? Yeah, they'll give him the catch right there near the 20-yard line. Grabbing it was Rodriguez McGee for Tuskegee.
As Robertson was rolling right, there were 2 receivers for Tuskegee in the same area. We have a flag back upfield. Looks like it's going to be a holding call against the Golden Tigers.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Just when he's rolling right side and got everything working the right way and found the receiver, as you referenced, 2 of them in the same area, the hold nullifies it all. So now you're almost forced to punt the football. They went for it on 4th and got that assessment. And now Ryans will punt it away.
That's one where coaches look at film with players during the week. Player who had that hold is simply going to put his head down.
Sure. I know I'm going to be shown on the film coming on Monday. Ryans, high punt there. Fair catch called for near the 12-yard line. Was unintentional there, bumping the receiver after the receipt of the punt. So no flag coming in there. Officials seemingly quietly agreed, let's minimize some flags where we can. Certainly on the play previous on the pass attempt by Tuskegee downfield, that was a clear personal foul defensively, or interference call. And there, some other circumstances, they may have called a play like that on the punt, on the fair catch call.
So let's look ahead into our crystal ball. Do you think that this game means that Chris Robertson is the starting quarterback for Tuskegee moving forward?
Oh, good question. That'll definitely be one posed by somebody at Bob's Restaurant on Monday night, that's for sure. And that is a solid question to ask. We have not seen Bill in this football game at all. Tried to get a read from Sports Information Director Jordan Benson about that, and Jordan confirmed that there was nothing he was aware of as to why he wouldn't be playing, meaning definitely perhaps ruling out an injury.
You know, one thing I was watching during pregame warm-ups, Charles, and I don't know if this is a totally accurate gauge. Both quarterbacks, Beal and Robertson, are very similar, even though they're different in size. I was watching their delivery mechanics. They are really very close to one another. So it makes the coaching decision really difficult. What Robertson has to clean up are the interceptions. He cleans that up. He could well win this job.
Because you think about it, he has that dimension that really helps him. If he's an effective passer, that only is going to allow him to become even a more effective runner with that football as well, because they're going to have to truly respect him going downfield.
Well, he had 2 interceptions, and then he had the fumble. So ball security on those 3, I'm sure he'll be reminded of that if he wants to keep the job.
Yeah. Well, we thought it would be going into today's ball game that we would see the both, and then that rivalry or contention for the starting role would continue through this ball game today, but have not seen Bill at all in this contest.
Well, it's surprising to that end that Robertson has taken all the snaps this evening.
And he was a starter a year ago. Bill just beat him out in the preseason. But you just never know. You never know what's going on inside of the program during the course of the week and the things that transpired, that the coaches see some things and may think that one player is better suited for what they're going to go up against defensively.
Well, plus you're talking about practice, not the game.
Yep.
You're talking about practice.
All right, Alan. I got you. Bailey kept it on the ground. They gave it left side. And it looks like Hargrove with that carry for Grambling. Check that number. It's Hargrove, one of their key players, still out there kind of late in this ball game. With a penalty coming in on that play. And that's going against Grambling again.
What a surprise.
Sure, yeah, I'm totally shocked. So Hargrove, they're sending him back out there.
That's also a shocker.
Sure.
This is your potentially all SWAC quarterback who took a tremendous hit in the first half. To bring him back in this fourth quarter in a game that is practically out of reach for your opponent, that's a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, correction on that. That's Hargrove, the running back that they're sending back out there. They're not putting Crawley back out there. It's Hargrove, and he's running this one on the inside. But that's just as shocking, though, Mark, that they would even keep him out there at this stage in the ball game, because he was a key starter for them.
I appreciate that assist.
Yeah, no doubt. Hand it off anytime. So Bull, Hargrove, still carrying the load. They may just be trying to get him to a certain number of at least carries or yardage before they pull him off. This is all about trying to elevate your players as much as you can in terms of their stats to perhaps make them get to the next level or just to finish strong in terms of some conference awards. Pack catches up with Grambling there on the right side near the 20-yard line.
Another positive sign for the Golden Tigers on that last play. There were 6 players to the point of attack on defense.
Yeah, still surging ahead. That's what you want to see. So they ran it to about the 22, so they'll keep the football on their first down pickup. Quarterback in there now for the Tigers of Grambling. That's Ashton Fry. And they hand it off right side, not a whole lot there. Hargrove again on the carry for Grambling. 9:40 remains. Sorry, Mark.
Rod Berry, Tuskegee, not a starter, but he's sophomore, 6'2", 330 pounds from Greenville, South Carolina, had excellent penetration.
And it looks like now that Grambling's just really trying to get these quarterbacks in there to kind of get a look at who's coming up on the roster. With Fry in there handling those signals now. Bailey was in there for a couple of series here in the fourth. He did a good job with their offense. Now Fry handling it. They'll keep it on the ground straight ahead, slicing to the left up near the 24-yard line. There's some full substitutions in here for both teams. Carry on that time was by Bradford. Bradford got only one on that play.
Watch the pursuit of Tuskegee's defense on this next play call.
Yeah, a couple of fresh numbers out there for Tuskegee defensively, especially in that secondary. There's a snap to Fry. Here comes the pressure. They'll flush him right side. He's tripped up at the 10-yard line. There is the pursuit. You called it, Lassiter.
I like the body language of the Golden Tigers. On the previous play, you know, when players come back to the huddle, sometimes walk. These players were jogging to the huddle. Their playing personality has been very aggressive. Impressed with that last stop.
Good call on that. That's what you want to see there. And even in this situation, we recognize they're substitute players, but you want to carry that momentum with you out there on the football field.
If you're getting 5 and 6 helmets to the point of attack, that's a great sign in a fourth quarter of a game like this.
So Grambling now to punt it from their end zone. Good punt there. That's a floater. Fair catch called for. Backpedaling is stiff. And Justin squeezes it at the 39-yard line. And that's where the Tuskegee offense will come back on with 7:47 left in this football game. See what Tuskegee does now if they go with some substitutions on their offense at this stage in the contest. If you have settled your controversy about quarterback and with Robertson going the rest of the way, perhaps you start thinking about pulling him out now. That no possibility of injury coming to him.
You already know I'm not a greedy person. I don't ask for a lot. But I would ask for Tuskegee to score one more time in this ball game just to send a message to themselves that they can be more than competitive against an elite team.
Hey, nothing unreasonable about that request.
I'm not being too greedy with that?
No.
Okay.
Your request is granted.
I appreciate
I'm the
that.
genie, right? You got it. 7:47 remains. It's a 37-10 lead for the G-men of Grambling over Tuskegee. Tuskegee coming in, hoping to pull an upset against FCS opponent, but just made a couple of costly mistakes that really quelled any possibility of them doing that.
Raekwon Beal is warming up on the sidelines for Tuskegee.
So if he does come into this football game, that will be the statement that I think that'll be the answer to your question about who they decided to go with. And the question now is, will they continue to go that route and just put it into the hands of Robertson? But Beal is warming up over there. It'll be interesting to see what he does in these remaining 7 minutes and 47 seconds. You know, it's when you get into that situation, it's not a personality thing. It's not a personal battle between you and the other guy. It's you support the guy when he goes in there, but when you get your opportunity, you want to shine as much as you are able to.
Well, the question is, how much of the playbook do they trust Beal with late in this fourth quarter? Do they open it up or do they go conservative?
Well, it looks like at this point, they're not going to go with him. They're going to go with, yeah, that is Beal in there now. He's lining up there at quarterback. So Beal with his first snap of the ball game. Thought it might have been Robertson again. But Beal squares, fires upfield, and threw that one underneath to the catch. Yeah, they'll give him the catch on that. Nicely done by Garmin downfield, and Beal coming right off the bench, nailing him in stride.
That'll make you feel good coming off the bench. Go 1 for 1.
Sure. 7:25. Tuskegee now down at the 36 of Grambling. Well, we'll wait till after this sequence to talk about that. But Beal, 1-of-1 off the bench now. 3 receivers to his right, just the top of the screen. Garmin down alone in the one-on-one coverage at the bottom to his left. There's a snap to Raekwon. Delayed handoff on the inside. Leverett with the football. Slices left side. Inside of the 35. Tripped up near the 32-yard line. Seen that play a lot for Tuskegee by design on that delayed handoff. And Desmond Leverett with a good job there on that run left side. Got about 4. Clock running at 6:38 now in the game.
Good place to go long right here with Beal.
Stack receivers at the bottom to his left. Same at the top. Tuskegee to the sideline now. Play clock working its way down to 10. This is a luxury they don't have. But they want to make sure they get this play right here. 3 on the clock. And boy, they barely got that off. Pass out in the flats. Catch made by Stith. Short of the first down. And that'll bring up a 3rd down for Tuskegee. 3rd and about 4 on that play. Burned a lot of clock on that one. sitting here with this 3rd down and 4, make a comment just after this play as to what we're seeing here inside of the stadium. Bill with the snap, looks left, backpedals. Leverett catches in stride, but well short of the first down marker. Bill backpedaling when he let that football go, Mark, off balance and had to float it.
Also, the receiver was off balance. Lucky to make that reception. Going backwards out of bounds, well short of the first down.
So they'll bring on Larkin Ryans now to try a field goal. I'll put this one down at it'll be a 47-yard effort by Ryans in special teams. Trying to hit his 2nd field goal of the game. He got it down. Ryans, did he get enough leg on it? I believe he did. He actually did, and he pushed it through the uprights, so he gets a 2nd field goal. And he cuts into that goal, the Tiger lead from Grambling, 37-13 after the field goal. We got a score. I don't know if that's what you were talking about, but it's a score.
I'll take it because Tuskegee now goes up in the second half, 10-0.
There you go. Looking at that moral second half, and they notched their score now to 13. So it's 37-13. Tuskegee trailing the Tigers of Grambling. Take a time out here on the Golden Tigers Sports Network.
Hey, are you fixing the power?
Yep, I'm gonna get the lights back on.
Yeah, my power went out and I have to start level 14 all over again in our game.
Yeah, why didn't mine go out?
Well, we have this technology that can stop an outage in its tracks.
Why?
So less people will be affected during the outage.
Why?
So you can make the level 15?
Come on, Brian. Let's go to your house and keep playing.
Good luck, guys.
Back live here at the Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium. James Shaq Harris, Doug Williams Field at Grambling State University. Tuskegee with another field goal by Larkin Ryans. They cut into that lead, 37-13.
If you had to choose between Shaq Harris and Doug Williams, and you had a squad, who are you picking?
That's a good call. Sustained-wise, in terms of just stability in the long term, I think I would go with Harris.
That's a very intelligent call. Also, when you look at the context and the era that he played in, he was a true pioneer.
Sure. Not taking nothing away from Doug.
Nope.
It's just at that point when Harris was there, it was all fresh and new, cutting edge everything. Both of them similar in styles in terms of how they position. But the burden probably a little bit heavier for Harris than for Doug. Ryans to kick it away now with 4:48 left in the contest. Tuskegee off this coming week, and Savannah State coming in on the weekend of the 21st, hoping making your plans to join us at Cleve Abbott Stadium. We'll have the coverage on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Backpedaling near the 5 on the return now. Outside and still on his feet with that return. Trying to make out a number. That player dressed with the dreads coming out of the back of the helmet, so it's extra hard to identify. And coming toward the sideline on the return for Grambling, that was Joshua Johnson, the freshman of the junior from Danville, California. So nice return by him. A lot of shifting on that one, but he got it up to the 35.
But here's another surprise for you. There's a penalty on Grambling special teams.
No. I thought we'd cleared that hurdle.
They've got to be approaching 200 yards in penalties at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be, if you talk about a category that the coaches are just going to be so irate about, it's got to be that. just nullifies so many elements of your game, particularly your total yardage in terms of your total output for the game. You keep getting it nullified by these penalties. On the ground. And sliding ahead right side, a couple yards on that play. And forgive us, we've got just so many subs coming in and out of this ball game for Grambling at this point. We're just picking them up as they are able to forge ahead. That time on the carry for Grambling, it was Dietrich Talbert. Talbert, the grad student from Baton Rouge. He'll keep it again, right side. Hard's a good quarterback keeper on this, going to the left side. Goes for really no gain on that play, as Tuskegee had that played well, but a good ball fake on the inside that time by Fry. That'll bring a third.
Keep an eye on DeMarcus Wynn for Tuskegee, one of the late substitutions. This is an excellent opportunity for players that haven't been getting a lot of minutes to show what they can do in front of the coaches, and Wynn, excellent so far on defense.
Nice call. That's exactly what this situation warrants for these players that are getting a chance to be looked at here in live action. Fry, he'll take a drop. Pressure at the corner. Going one-on-one, got a man, has to slow up behind the coverage. We'll get a flag here, I'm sure. No flag on that one either. Thought that was a clear trip there by the Tuskegee defender, but we are not going to question that one.
No autopsy, no foul.
No, sir. That's right. Keep the game going. Had to wait on that pass. The receiver so far downfield. Fry heaved it as far as he could. And the receiver had to stop a couple of seconds. Perhaps why they didn't get a call, because he had to stop and may have created some of that foot traffic, waiting a bit to get to that ball.
Well, like the previous offensive sequence for Tuskegee where there was hand fighting and contact downfield, the referees on this play decided not to throw the flag.
Yeah, they've gotten to that stage of the ball game, and I think it started with that pass in the corner for Tuskegee, yeah. Here's a punt, trying to turn it over. Another fair catch called for. Stith has been busy back there, raising that right hand with the punt returns, and got a fair catch call there at the 38-yard line. We're at 3:09 remaining. Reminder that we'll be at Vibes Restaurant on Monday night in Tuskegee. Encouraging you to come out, get some good food, maybe a libation or two, or a soft drink. Talk to Coach Aaron James one-on-one. Have a player there to talk to as well. And you can ask your questions of either one of them during our coverage of the Aaron James Show from Vibes. Willie Streeter, our man there, the owner of Vibes. Great job of hosting us there. We sure appreciate that. Bill pumps once, got a man that's Stith behind the coverage and overshoots Stith near the 37-yard line on the other end of the field.
Charles, I want to give some props and shout out, whatever you want to say, to center LeBron Merriweather for Tuskegee, who's played every snap of this ball game with two quarterbacks. He's been solid so far.
And you called him out early on about the time that they was encroachment by the Grambling men up front, and they actually bumped him out of his stance over the football and just showed a lot of poise in that situation by not retaliating and got the full benefit of the penalty against Grambling.
Well, no offensive lineman likes to be pushed backward onto his rear, and Merriweather just got up, kept his temper, and did not suffer getting a penalty call in a situation that could have easily been called.
It's about discipline to a large degree. Across the middle, catch there made by Garmin. He'll run out of bounds inside this path near the 50-yard line and runs into that Tuskegee sideline. A good little hitter across the middle from Bill to Garmin, and that moves the flags for Tuskegee.
Tuskegee's thinking score all the way with 2:39 remaining in this ball game with the clock running.
Now you may get more than you asked for. They got the field goal to get the one score. You said you'd like to see them before the game finishes. 2:30 left. We'll see if they can't get one more. Bill would certainly like to get it. His first spot of duty in this football game came late. Christopher Robertson with all the snaps prior to Bill coming in on that last possession. He'll take the snap, steps up, eludes the pressure, rolls right side, fires at the corner. Catch made there, nicely done, tiptoeing at the sideline at the 41-yard line. Catch made by Bregman for Tuskegee.
Give credit to Beal on the roll. got contact, got hit in his left shoulder pad, was able to wiggle away, get to the sideline, and make that completion.
Close to the first down marker, about 2 yards shy. Coach James trying to bring his team toward the sideline, exhorting them to come on over. Let's stay fired up about this. Trying to punch one in as we get to this 2-minute marker here in the fourth. 37-13. They stop these games at the 2-minute mark now. And Tuskegee trying to push one in. Yeah, you think about this, you get the touchdown here. That really gives you a totally different complexion on this thing. Like, well, it wasn't really that bad at the end of the night. If you could score one here, 37-13, Grambling leads it right now. And you got to put that on top of the fact that you know that this was not the best performance by Tuskegee by a long stretch of the imagination.
If you can tack 7 points onto this 13, it becomes a respectable score, especially in light of those turnovers.
Yeah, because that's what people are going to see. They're going to hear Grambling played Tuskegee, and Tuskegee played them real close. And that's what you want to come away with. If you don't win the football game, you want that to be the secondary statement, is that we played them well.
You can see the Grambling Tiger team gathered around their coaches on the sideline, and just judging by the body language, they're saying, you guys better hold them out from scoring this last touchdown.
Sure. Yeah, that conversation's going two ways on the field. Tuskegee said, let's get one more. And these guys are like, what are you doing?
Very animated on the Grambling sideline.
Sure. Nice call. Economies of football. 2 minutes left in this ball game. Crowd to Grambling is dissipated here. Confident that they are on their way to their first win of the season.
I understand the temperatures are going to be dropping into the 50s tonight in the Shreveport area.
Well.
So some of the fans may have come a little bit underprepared for the weather and decided to take it to other climates. You see people wearing jackets.
Sure.
Some long sleeve shirts where during the afternoon, which was in the 80s, it was very tropical.
Yeah, things change quickly here in the swamp. One of the points you made early on, you talk about the number of players, like the 63 players for the new players for Grambling for this year. You just look down at that sideline and you can see FCS versus Division II as it relates to just the number of players on their sideline compared to Tuskegee's. They are just lined up on the bench, and almost every number up to 20, they're double on the roster because they've just got so many players that are value to the team that they dress out. And they have the scholarships to do it. Bill will take the snap. Fires across the middle, squaring up there with the catch is Brigman. Brigman knocked from behind at the 30-yard line.
Objective now is get to the line of scrimmage with the play call. Don't waste a lot of time looking to the sideline. Be decisive with a minute, and will probably be a minute and 30 by the time this is snapped. You've got plenty of time to get into the red zone.
Leverett joins Bill in the backfield. We're at a minute 30 remaining in the football game. 1st and 10 from Tuskegee at the 29 of Grambling. Here's the snap. Leverett. Ball fake. Bill wrapped up, raises, fires, got free somehow, and got it downfield. It's incomplete near the 15. And a flag coming in at the back of that play. Boy, that would be great if it's against Grambling. That would be a good punctuation to their night if they get hit with another one here.
I'm feeling that it's going to be a late hit on the quarterback against Grambling, just based on how the Tuskegee offense came away.
Boy, I would love to see the expression of Coach Mickey Joseph at this point. Boy, you talk about being signaled out in the film session. If you make it to the film session.
Grambling, now you know I hate numbers. I'm going to estimate there are probably around 230 yards of penalties.
I think you're awfully close. And they have not all been just like offsides. They have been holding some of the ones that take up a lot of real estate. That was a big one there. That'll push the football down inside the 15 for Tuskegee with a minute 19 remaining. Stitt slides the line right side. Bill with the football. Handoff. Leverett in the backfield. Tripped up from behind. May have gotten it back to the line of scrimmage.
Grambling had the perfect defense call for that play. They were bringing pressure on a corner blitz from the left side. Tuskegee ran right into it.
No, you just got to figure here with 64 seconds left, Tuskegee's got to get a little bit more flamboyant about the offense down here. You're not going to get it on the inside like that. You got to take some shots here to try to get it into the end zone. You got nothing to lose at this point. All you want to do is get the 6. Bill, he'll take a snap. Here comes the pressure. Unloads underneath, almost threw an interception. They got so much pressure on him that he's backpedaling and had to throw it off of the back foot. 42 seconds left now on a 3rd down coming up for Tuskegee. You got to take 2 shots here. Field goal.
The way Grambling is bringing pressure, Tuskegee would be wise to think about screen plays. You read my mind.
Sure.
Because you have backs that can catch. Why try to penetrate the middle of the field on the passing game? Get to the outside.
Sure. We got 2 downs to get there.
They're coming from the right side. Watch how Grambling is loaded up.
Football at the 16-yard line. Bill takes the snap, looks left, floats it to the end zone. Got a man there behind the coverage. Touchdown, Golden Tigers. They got it behind the defender, and Rodriguez McGee Sr. with the touchdown grab for Tuskegee.
McGee Sr. lost his helmet on the catch. I was hoping that wasn't the football.
He's in the end zone, and Tuskegee does exactly what they wanted to do on this last drive. They get the score.
Like the play call,
Sure.
like the throw.
Yeah, exactly what we thought. They had to go outside on it, and they got that one-on-one, and McGee behind the defender, able to pull it in. So Bill comes off the bench and leads Tuskegee to a touchdown. As Ryans converts on the point after. So with 35 seconds remaining here at Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium, and the catch by McGee spinning into the end zone makes it 37-20. Tuskegee making it a respectable affair. Take a break here.
I love the lake. It's like one of the few places I can just let go and be myself. I really love it here.
Back live here inside of Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium. Tuskegee notches another one with 35 seconds left in the football game. They're going to try a squiver upfield. It'll bounce around, and one of the up men for Grambling will grab it there. And they'll have the football. But you referenced it, Mark. With 34 seconds left, we said one more score at this juncture of the ball game would be good, and Tuskegee comes away with 2. That has got to be an encouraging element for Coach James and the rest of Tuskegee.
Tuskegee's leadership has got to be feeling that they gift wrapped part of this game to Grambling, especially late in the second quarter with the 2 late scores and early in the game with the 2 interceptions. So they know exactly what they want to clean up. I don't know if you come away with from this game feeling good about yourself, but you're definitely feeling better about yourself than you felt in the first half.
I think that's the operative difference right there. You feel better, no question. Because there was, at some stage in this ball game, it could have been utter depression for Tuskegee about where do we go from here, instead of knowing, hey, we're on the right track, we're doing some things right.
And I don't think Grambling took their foot off the gas that much because they were still passing the ball in the second half.
Sure. Now they'll take the foot off the gas as Bailey took the snap to get the clock started. They really don't have to run another play here. I don't think they will. Coach James at the sideline. He's going to start walking across the field. Congratulate Coach Mickey Joseph. So Joseph and Grambling get to 1 first. They win their first ball game of the season. And Coach James and Tuskegee will have a week off. And they'll try to rally and see if they can't get their first win against the Tigers of Savannah State. As Grambling here at home, they win it 37-20 over the Golden Tigers of Tuskegee. So Grambling goes to 1-1 on the campaign, and Tuskegee, after the loss, falls to 0-2. Quick reminder that we're here at Vibes Restaurant in Tuskegee on Monday for the Aaron James Coaches Show. Make your plans to join us there, and we'll get his insights and thoughts about this ball game, as well as talking about the ball game against Savannah State on the 21st. That'll do it for our coverage here from Eddie G. Robinson Memorial Stadium. Mark, our first time here at the Palace at Grambling. Tuskegee not able to come out in front, but a good ball game as they finish strong at the end.
Well, Charles, as always, I enjoyed working with you. Thank you for allowing me to work with you. Bit of a Jekyll and Hyde ball game between the first half and second half. Tuskegee knows exactly what they have to do in their off week.
Yeah, we'll have time to prepare for that, and so will we, and we'll have the coverage on the Golden Tiger Sports Network. Special thanks to our producer and director, Marcus Burnett and Lisa Burnett, back in our remote studios. Special thanks to President Dr. Mark Brown of Tuskegee University and Athletics Director Reginald Ruffin for the Golden Tiger Sports Network being here to provide this coverage of Tuskegee. Tuskegee drops it tonight here at Grambling, 37-20. They fall to 0-2, look to some greener pastures when they host the Tigers of Savannah State on campus on the 21st. On behalf of broadcast partner Mark Lassiter and all of us here at the Golden Tigers Sports Network, Charles Ward saying thanks so much for joining us. And this has been a production of the Golden Tigers Sports Network. TU, we got you.
Broadcast coverage of Tuskegee Athletics on the Golden Tiger Sports Network is brought to you by Alabama Department of Public Health. Healthy people, healthy communities, healthy Alabama. Booster Digital Displays, dedicated to providing high-quality, affordable LED displays with exceptional service. TNT Fireworks, celebrating more than 100 years of America's #1 best-selling brand of fireworks. Alabama Power, developed for the service of Alabama. Wind Creek Casino, Montgomery. Elevate your game to fabulous. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. Coca-Cola, real magic. Zuby's Taco Kitchen, Yellowwood. And by Vibes Restaurant, we're all about good vibes.